19th, 2023. Before I begin, I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight in the gallery. There's a full gallery, so thanks for coming out. I'm going to begin with our land acknowledgement. We want to acknowledge that we are on territory covered by the Longwoods Treaty. We are thankful to the generations of people who have taken care of this land, including the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, the Munsee Delaware First Nation, and the United Nations of the Thames. We also acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Strathroy-Caradoc their home. Okay, we're ready to begin. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations and delegations. This evening we have 3 presentations. Welcome the presentation. Just going to remind the presenters that you have 5 minutes. I will be lenient somewhat, but please don't be offended if I need to cut you off in the interest of time. First up this evening is Joel DeBoer, resident of Strathroy-Caradoc. Joel has a request to speak regarding the sanitary sewer connection charge. Joel? Joel here, not. That's Joel there. Yep. Can you hear us, Joel? I think you need to turn your mic on, Joel, for us.
I can. Good evening.
Okay, thanks, Joel. Thanks for being here. Just a reminder to everyone, it's 5 minutes, but I'll be lenient by a couple of minutes. So the floor is yours, Joel.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much for letting me address you guys really quick. I do appreciate it. So yeah, once again, my name is Joel DeBoer. Thanks for taking the time to let me address you on behalf of the owners of Queen Street Residences. So the Queen Street sewer hookup is something that hasn't been discussed much over the last year, but it is something that is still fresh in the minds of those it affects. It has caused a lot of heartache and unrest for many, so I did want to bring the issue before council as we are still very unhappy with how the situation has played out. In February 2022, Director Strauss issued letters in contravention of the Ontario regulation of the Municipal Act, indicating that Queen Street property owners owe $17,500 as sewers are to be installed on the street. So a few high-level issues in breach of the Municipal Act that occurred include the following. The municipality is not authorized to undertake work on private property without the permission of the property owners. No notice of intention was issued to pass the bylaw. No property owner received a letter informing them of the intended work prior to starting the work. No property owner was given the opportunity to petition for or against the work. No property owner was given the opportunity to file an objection, and 2/3 of the property owners were not agreeable with the work. The Municipal Act and this regulation is not new. Many municipalities manage to execute their projects within the scope of it without issues. Given this has not been the case for the Queen Street project, we are suggesting dropping all sewer connection charges in its entirety for the Queen Street residents and a few other residents of this project. I understand this could take further discussion, but due to the breaches noted, we feel it is warranted. I also note that there is an item on today's agenda increasing the sewer connection fee for future connections. It is my understanding that the water, wastewater, and stormwater master plan is in the process, and I feel that it would be advantageous to wait for those results and to make a plan for the community as a whole prior to setting or amending those fees. That's everything I have. Just want to thank you guys for taking the time to talk.
Thank you, Joel. And according to our procedures, council members are permitted to ask a clarification question if they wish. So, any members of council have a question for Joel?
they say I called you your honor, it should be your worship.
Get it right. Deputy Mayor.
I think I have that down by now, don't you?
I'm just wondering, you seem to be reading from a piece of paper. Is it possible to have that paper forwarded to our clerk's office so that we have it properly documented? If that would be helpful.
Yeah, for sure. It's not paper, it's definitely in my phone, just electronic.
Is that
yeah,
something?
I can do that.
Okay, if you could make those arrangements through probably to the clerk, I suspect, and they'll make sure it gets to the proper people.
Sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no worries.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Joel. Thank you for participating this evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll now move on to our second presentation. We have both Brian George and Chris Brunick to speak in regard to firefighter health and safety concerns. Chris, you're here in the audience. Would you care to go first?
I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak as well. I'll do my best to keep it in the 5 minutes. My name is Chris Brunick. I'm a 25-year veteran of the fire service, 23 years with London. Like these fine folks behind me in the red shirts, I started as a volunteer as well. During my career as a firefighter in London, I worked closely with Deputy Chief Brian George at the time with London on the Health and Safety Committee to endeavor to make changes that were very necessary in the city to prevent occupational disease. We spent a long time doing that. We brought in a second set of bunker gear, extractors, which are heavy-duty washing machines for gear in every home. We've got medical screening and put in very serious decon protocol because things have changed in the fire service dramatically in the last 25 years due to synthetic materials used in construction, materials in homes and businesses, but also chemical exposures through pesticide fires and things such as that. And that should ring a bell here with the Caradoc Sands fire very recently. Your firefighters were supposed to just that. I had the misfortune of being at a call with burning pesticides and stand before you today 3 years into a battle with occupational cancer. I have stage 4 colon cancer. I've had major surgeries and chemo treatment to try and combat this. At this point, hopefully trying to keep it from being terminal, although that's unlikely. I've been in this fight myself, and I can tell you personally, standing here today, that joining the Health and Safety Committee, being a part of making those changes, I really didn't believe this could happen to me. It did. And it's despite all the better efforts we made. So what I'm asking you to consider is 2 things. First of all, I would like to make myself available to each and every one of you individually, because 5 minutes is not enough time to convey everything, the science, the facts. That's what I focus on. I'm not focused on the politics, I'm focused on science and fact. And I can tell you that there's a lot that I can share with you and show you that show the dangers of firefighting and what comes along with it and why we need to take it very seriously. The second thing I would like to have you all think about is the state of the 3 halls right now are not adequate when it comes to decon for firefighters, specifically decon showers. They need to have the ability to wash contaminants off their skin. Even though they're wrapped in a nice big marshmallow bunker gear, it really is a giant sponge, and we still get chemicals on our skin. Ask any one of these fine folks here, any firefighter anywhere, and they will tell you that you can smell the fire on you for a week every time you shower after you've been in an event like that. Those are toxic chemicals that we don't even know what they are. There are things that are produced in fire we don't even understand, let alone the chemicals that we do. So decon is a very, very important step. The other part that pretty much every fire department is moving towards and will at some point be a rule that isn't yet is a second set of bunker gear. And the reason that's vital, although expensive, it's vital, is because that gear absorbs all sorts of toxins when you're in an event, even when you're not right inside the fire but just exposed to the smoke. It can absorb materials that cause a great deal of problem for your firefighter in terms of absorption. So decontamination and prevention of exposure to start with are 2 key things. Now what's different about my career from these fine folks back here is that when they're done their call, they're getting back in their personal vehicle and they're driving home and they're washing their stuff in their home machines, not their bunker gear, of course. I know you facilitated that, but their personal clothing underneath. That's contaminated. And we look at that in London, and again, this is based on fact and science, that is heavily contaminated, and we don't even know what's in it, and can cause problems for us, but now we're bringing it home and bringing it to our families. So again, I'd like to make myself available to all of you. There's a lot more than I can share in 5 minutes, but it's very, very important that steps are taken as soon as possible to prevent exposure for these folks. And I know that in the future with a new hall that will be addressed. I'm asking you to consider addressing that now as much as you can. I know that's not a simple thing. I've been to the Mount Bridges Fire Station. I presented there to these folks about my condition and what I'm going through and things that they can do to prevent exposure. But there are steps you could take now that are relatively inexpensive that will cut down on these folks' exposure a great deal. So I'd like you to consider that as well. I'm going to leave a little bit of time to answer any questions that I can. But again, I'm going to stay for the whole meeting and after so we can talk directly face to face. And I'm available at any time at home to say more. If you have any questions, I would love to hear.
Any questions? Any councillors have questions? Councillor Palmer.
As far as we are so far with the new fire station, was there, so you're the head of health and safety, are you?
I was on a health and safety committee in London, I'm no longer.
Okay, I'm just wondering, because it feels sort of late to the party, whether all of your concerns were addressed in the development of that new fire hall, or have new things, is there new things we should be considered, or do you feel that the new fire hall addresses your concerns?
Science is always changing. I have not personally seen the plans for the fire hall, but I know the two folks that are involved in the design and implementation of what needs to be in there. I'm confident that they would definitely know what to address. I can say that right now, the concern I have personally is right now, between now and whenever those fire halls are constructed. So right now, having to make a choice between deconning yourself or your equipment, I understand that's the case in Melbourne with limited water storage, wastewater storage. That's not a decision they should have to make. In Mount Bridges, no showers available for decon at the hall. That can be changed now. I know there's not a lot of space there, but that has to be changed because they need to be able to decontaminate. They're getting into their personal vehicle contaminated. That's unacceptable. That's something that can be changed easily. And I have all sorts of ideas to help you there. I'm more than willing to contribute in any way that I can. You can ask Brian George, formerly Chief George in London. I never came to the table as a worker rep with just a problem. We always came with solutions, and we worked together to find them. And we were able to find very fiscally responsible solutions to solving this problem.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. Thank you. I actually know the answer to this, but I'm actually going to throw it out there to you, so maybe you can explain it a little bit. Had a nice long conversation about it the other day when the fire department has been going to a lot of calls lately, and not just one a day, 2, 3 a day. And on Friday, I just happened to pop in to talk to them at the Mount Bridges Fire Department, and they had just come back from their third one. So my question originally, that was answered, but I'd like for you to talk to it really quickly if possible, is that, when you've used your your bunker gear that you've had on, and then you take it off and you throw it in, I'm just gonna say the drum because I do not know any technical terms, so you throw it in the drum and it's cleaning and you get another fire call and you're there. And you say, okay, well, obviously I can't pull that equipment out, so I'm gonna have to go and find another set of gear somewhere, knowing full well that that set of gear isn't yours, that you're using someone else's or extra sets from somewhere. So, but there's obviously issues with that. Explain that. If you could just make a really quick explanation of why that's a really bad thing to do.
I understand that that's the scenario that you have now, and it's hard to avoid that. I mean, we're all in this business to save lives. We're in property. You're going to do what you need to do absent a better solution. This is why we went to a second set of gear, and why I think very shortly it's going to become a rule that every department, volunteer and professional alike, will have to do that. It's not the rule yet, but it's certainly headed in that direction for that exact reason. It's custom fit to us to keep us safe in the fire, but it's also vital that we don't put dirty gear back on. Our #1 exposure now in London, with all of these protocols in place, we have a 3-tier response to it, which I can explain later, but our primary exposure now is dirty gear in the truck on the way back to the hall. We're breathing in what's off-gassing, we're breathing in the particulates and the dust that's coming off of that. It can contain asbestos, acrolein, hydrogen cyanide, carbon monoxide, all sorts of nasty stuff. And this is what's causing the problem now. You can address that concern by getting a second set of gear.
Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll turn to Chief George in a minute, but Chris, I want to thank you for your service. On behalf of the community, I know you started here as a volunteer, and we appreciate everything you've done for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, Chief George, are you teed up and ready to go?
I think so. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to thank council for this opportunity to speak this evening. While most of you know myself, from my time here now as the retired chief in Strathroy-Caradoc, others may not. So I'll just speak briefly about my background. I've spent over 37 years in the fire service, 30 years as a London Fire, of which 6 was an officer in firefighting, and my last 5 years as the Deputy Fire Chief of Operations. Inside of those years, I was an executive board member of the London Professional Firefighters Association, 5 as a president, but also at that time I was the executive vice president of the Ontario Professional Firefighters for 9 years. I spent the majority of my time in our provincial association as the chair of our legislative committee at both federal and provincial levels. I started my journey of looking at firefighter occupational diseases while I was representing London firefighters and their injury claims at the previous Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal. It's now since been changed to the WSIB, and that was during the mid to late 90s. Since then, I've prepared and delivered numerous briefs to government committees for both provincial and federal organizations. One of the pieces of legislation that I'm most proud to be associated with is Bill 221, the WSIB amendment for presumptives for firefighters. I have worked as part of a committee of firefighters who acquired the expertise in occupational diseases impacting firefighters through representing claims to WSIB prior to the presumptive legislation when it was passed on May 3rd, 2007. I would add that this piece of legislation, for anyone who watches government readings and answers to that, this piece of legislation received unanimous consent on 3 readings on one date. It received royal assent on the next date. That's historical and probably not going to be seen again for a long time. This was, however, critical for all parties at the time because they were starting to see the different number of firefighters that were passing away and being impacted dramatically within their lives from the occupational diseases of cancers in firefighting. Since that time, it has added several cancers to date. I'm not sure exactly how many, but the most recently were just introduced by Monty McNaughton, the Minister of Labor, and that was about a month and a half ago, I believe. As Chris spoke a little bit about, I have worked with Chris as well. We both worked in the same hall, in the same truck for a few years until I was moved out as an officer. But then later in my career, when I became the Deputy Chief, Chris and I worked as the co-chairs for the Occupational Health and Safety Committee. Chris was the worker chair and myself was the management chair. We both have a shared passion for firefighter health and safety. I spent many of my years as a union representative and a fire administrator working to enhance firefighter safety with occupational diseases in mind. I don't consider myself an expert, but I am well educated and well informed in the area of occupational disease. I'm also a member of the Strathroy Firefighters Association still. When I came to Strathroy-Caradoc, one of my goals was to make the department a safer department. I spent time looking at many different operational systems, the different procedures that were in place at the time. What I found was that we had 3 different stations acting independently of each other as far as purchasing, incident command, equipment, etc. We made improvements as we went along. We worked in collaboration with the health and safety committees, civic administration, and council. We moved to a better level of protection in our bunker gear and not just meeting the standards. But we moved to the highest level of protection that we could buy. We replaced each set when they came up for their cycle of replacement at the end of 10 years. We later moved to a different set again as new designs came out. Bunker gear is the first line of defense for firefighters, so we need to ensure that it is as up to date as possible. I'm sure that the next set of gears will be even better due to the research and evolution as things move along and research is done. Over the years, we looked at different ways to protect firefighters better. We added gear extractors, we added dryers to get them back in service sooner, balaclavas, better boots, better gloves, all the equipment that we could get. If we knew it was better, then we were going to buy it. All of these were operational cost increases, but councils of the day understood what it meant to look after these concerns. We were limited what we could do with the stations due to the size of the stations. Some of the areas that we're never able to look at properly was how to improve stations to meet the new standards for prevention. We were just too limited in solutions. We could not make improvements within the facilities due to regulation, price, and footprints. This is where the master fire plan came in. I worked with civic administrators, and council, and pushed to have a fire master plan completed to look at the many different areas. The consultants were selected based on their expertise in the fire industry. They are well known for their concise and accurate reports. The report was delivered in June of 2021, just before I left for retirement, and action by council in late 2021. I'm not sure of the exact date of it, but I can assure you that it is not out of date. They completed the community risk assessment of municipality, looking at our industries, our commercial occupancies, high-risk assemblies such as schools, vulnerable occupancies such as nursing homes, response time data, NFPA standards for response times, fire marshal public safety guidelines, Ontario Fire Marshal advisors, and the list goes on. This information was used in the fire master plan, and recommendations were based on this data. They also looked at the current state of the fire halls, all of which are now inadequate to meet the needs of today's firefighters. While they were adequate in 1976, 1988, and 1996 respectively, they do not meet today's standards to ensure that the elements required now are met to prevent occupational diseases. Our fire halls are in need to be updated. With the current limitations on square footage, this is difficult. So either a replacement of all 3 current stations needs to be a priority, or creative solutions need to be explored to fix stations 2 and 3. These firefighters have worked in conjunction with administration and waited patiently for the fire master plan to come out with its recommendations. They were key stakeholders in the master plan consultations. Station 1 is in desperate need of replacement, and station 2 and 3 need to be looked at quickly as well to meet those recommendations. While some may not agree with recommendations of the master plan, it is still council's decision on how they deal with them. They can be looked at through an emotional lens, or they can be looked at through a fiscal lens. One just costs more than the other. However, it is council's decision as per the Fire Protection and Prevention. The firefighters themselves really don't care whether there are 2 stations or 3 in Strathroy-Caradoc. It's up to council to determine the level of service. The Station 1 replacement has been deferred long enough. For this council to delay the replacement any longer, in my opinion, is negligent. The Fire Master Plan was built on scientific data, statistical data, NFPA standards, Section 21 committee guidelines, not desired wants from unqualified individuals. The firefighters have waited patiently for many years. The health and safety of them is now paramount in any future discussions.
Chief George, just like to remind you, we're at about 8 minutes, so if I could ask you just to wrap it up.
I'm very close to the end, Your Worship.
Okay.
Sorry. Firefighters have waited patiently for many years. The health and safety of them is paramount in any future discussions. In November of 2022, the Ministry of Labor Section 21 Committee came up with the required procedures and protections needed to be put in place for the prevention of occupational diseases. I know the firefighters are working diligently with Chief Smith to address as many of those they can. However, they cannot address the facility issues. Chief Smith's report tonight is a good first step based on solid scientific data. A second set of bunker gear is for all firefighters as a step forward. Baseline testing is becoming a standard in the fire service. I have read Chief Smith's report and agree with the majority of the concerns raised. However, I don't believe the list is conclusive. There are many more concerns to be outlined. In conclusion, it is council that is responsible under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. They have obligations under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And last but not least, they also have liabilities under the criminal code. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and I am available for any questions. Hopefully I can answer. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah. Thanks, Chief George. Any questions from members of council? Okay, Seeing none, Chief George, I'd be remiss not thanking you for your service to our community also. Thank you very much, and thanks for the presentation, Chief.
And I do apologize for going over, but as some of the councilors there will know, I have a difficult time on making my things that concise.
I won the over-under, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now move on to now we'll move on to section 3, public meeting. Public meeting number 1. The purpose of this public meeting is to consider an application for a draft plan of subdivision, an official plan amendment, and a zoning bylaw amendment regarding the property at the northeast corner of County Lane and Albert Street. Motion to open the public meeting. Councillor Wilsey, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. So we move to the recommendation at the public meeting to consider an application for a draft plan of subdivision, an official plan amendment, and a zoning bylaw amendment regarding the property at the northeast corner of County Lane and Albert Street, Adelaide Concession 4, service part lots 19 and 20, parts 1 to 7, 1 to 10 to 1 be hereby open. Did I do that? We're good. Okay, Director Huff, you have the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to provide a very brief introduction, and Tim Williams, Senior Planner, is here to provide a summary of the development application. As well in attendance, there are proponents for the application here tonight, as well as the owner of the lands, as well as a number of residents who are attending both in person and by Zoom. And so just as a reminder to council, so this is a public meeting, so we're here to hear the feedback of council as well as the public. And on the agenda is an information-only report at this point in time, so there are no decisions being made tonight. At that point, I'll pass it over to Tim Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Huff, and members of council and the mayor. As noted, this is a three-part discussion. It's a plan of subdivision, an official plan amendment, and a zoning bylaw amendment. We keep that in mind as I run through things. Most of the discussion is around items around these subdivision, but there are these other pieces as well that are directly related. So the plan of subdivision is for an area on the north side of Albert Street, which was mentioned by the mayor. It's 15 hectares in size, and it's on the screen right now for you to view, and you see parts of the plan of subdivision there. It is a part of a larger land holding that includes the area that's noted on the map as A1, but that is not a part of the applications that are being heard tonight. There are maps and plans that have shown development in this area, and that was only a concept so that those involved would have an opportunity to understand the full scope of what could happen here. But the application before the municipality, or applications before the municipality, relate only to this plan of subdivision, with a street that's accessed from Albert Street that runs straight through to Salisbury, a crescent that runs to and from that main arterial of the subdivision. That's Street A. This would be Street B. The Street B has linked homes, which technically are referred to as semi-detached homes. They're linked underground. They can be linked also above ground, as well as 11 single detached dwellings and 19 freehold townhouses. That makes up the subdivision with 2 condominium blocks that could have as much as 225 townhouse dwellings. Again, these townhouse dwelling blocks have shown in the past. There are plans that show roughly where those townhouses will go, but the plan of subdivision does not include the layout of those units. That would be dealt with during a site plan process that would come in the future. It would also be the subject of a condominium application in the future as well. But there is a need to have the plan of subdivision put in place now so that the blocks are established at this stage, and that we can ensure the overall stormwater management and other details are properly figured out at this stage. So this is just a larger version of that same plan, just in case you were able to see it well on the screen. And as I discussed just a moment ago, there was a plan of subdivision that looked just as the same as you see here, that was a part of an open house earlier this year in March, and that had a stormwater management pond, and then the blue area is a combination of parkland and natural heritage area. That was changed as a result of comments from the community as well as engineering discussions to have a more efficient stormwater management pond. That adjustment has occurred in the current version of the plans, creating a park block that's more acceptable to park staff. They have some additional work to be done on things like where parking would be located, these sorts of things, but those are minutiae that we would work out as we move forward in the process. So there is consultation that I referred to really quickly just now, and that was relating to an open house that occurred on March 22nd. There have been staff and agency comments. Adjustments have been made as a result of that relating to the stormwater management and parks land. Tonight we have the statutory public meeting. There were comments that were received in a letter earlier. Those are found in my report along with the comments from staff and agencies, as well as the open house details. Those are also found in the report, so I won't speak to that because you've already read that. But I will just say that yesterday evening, an additional letter was received by staff and was circulated to members of the council this morning. And the developer also received a copy of that letter so that they're aware of it. And all of the details of those questions that were raised will be fully included and fully responded to in an evaluation report. But I did want to just add a couple of points that I think were probably helpful for the conversation today. I mentioned some of them already, one of which being that the condominium block will be the details of things like fencing and other grading and alike will be dealt with at the site plan stage. But the larger picture items that were discussed in that letter, such as stormwater management, these are items that will be dealt with during the subdivision process. We have already started that part of the process, and the developer will be required to meet things such as 100-year stormwater, 100-year storm events. What would it look like at a 2 to 5 year storm event? All of these things would be are being looked at by either the Conservation Authority when it comes to the areas of the municipal drain, as well as local engineering. That's Strathroy-Caradoc engineering staff, as well as staff from the county to ensure that Albert Street is being accommodated properly as well. So all of these pieces are happening. There was discussion and questions about having county lane, ensuring the county lane doesn't have access to the subdivision or vice versa. and there is a function or a feature that staff can employ, and would in this case, I think, which is to establish a 1-foot reserve along that right-of-way, and that would prohibit the use of the county lane to access the property, either by construction traffic firstly, and then once the condominium is established and people are living there, that would also limit the ability or prohibit the ability for somebody to establish a driveway, and I think that's what they were, the letter was driving at. So I talked a lot about the different pieces of it, and it was, I only speak about one other one, and that is how the decision was arrived at coming up with the plan that's before council tonight. And I would say that from a planning perspective, they've used the provincial policy statement, the county official plan, the local official plan, and zoning, and all of those pieces, the policies relating to that, are actually found in my report. So in some ways, I have helped to respond to that. There's also other parts, like receiving direction from engineering staff with and ensuring that they're meeting the development guidelines that are established by Strathroy-Caradoc and endorsed by council. That was done not too long ago, about 2 years ago, and ones previous to that as well. And then there's also guidelines and flooding requirements from the Conservation Authority, and the list goes on, as we have a number of agencies that are all involved in shaping and providing what I'll call bumpers along the side for the developer to work within that area. And how they came up with it, I leave that to the developer to describe to those asking the question. But those are the overarching ways in which the municipality is involved in moving an application through the process. So there were a few other comments, and I'll acknowledge that they exist. They were technical in nature, or something that we wouldn't need to necessarily specifically discuss tonight, because tonight is about collective comments about the application, and I was only mentioning these ones to help the conversation this evening as we move things forward. So in terms of next steps, after tonight's meeting, there will be a subsequent report that will come forward. It'll have a full policy analysis. It'll include comments and responses to comments, those responses from the developer, or if necessary from staff. It'll also include details about the zoning bylaw amendment and recommendations to council on that, as well as the official plan and subdivision. The zoning bylaw amendment is something that will receive a final consideration by Strathroy-Caradoc Council, and if the Strathroy-Caradoc Council finds or is supportive of the plan of subdivision and the official plan, then those recommendations of Strathroy Council would move forward to County Council, and County Council would make a final decision on the draft plan of subdivision and the official plan amendment. So those are some mechanics of where we're at in the process. I'm happy to answer any questions as we move forward, and I know that there's a presentation by both the developer and I believe others from the community. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Tim. We'll now move on. Comments in support of the proposed rezoning. Oh, sorry. Director Hoffman.
Sorry, Your Worship, just, I know that the owners of the property, the applicants, are here tonight also to provide a presentation.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Peter Backer. I'm one of the owners of the SLD group, which is the Strathroy Land Development Group. We have 5 partners in our group, and we're all local. Strathroy Strathroy-Caradoc, Middlesex County, Lambton County. The 5 owners are myself and my wife, Paul Van Bree. Paul Van Bree, his construction company has been in business, family business. They're in their 3rd generation for the last 56 years in Lambton and Middlesex County. We have Ed Veek, who he's the owner of Power Merit and Wolf Heavy Equipment. He's been in the manufacturing business in Strathroy for 35 plus years, lives just outside of Strathroy. We have Marco DeMello. Marco has done some land development here in Strathroy-Caradoc, Lionsgate subdivision in Mount Bridges, development in Glencoe and Newberry as well, and he is a new home builder as well. We have Cloud Zaleski. Sorry, Cloud, I always mess that up. 10 years he's been with Blue Forest Realty in London. He is our expert in purchasing land, and he has a high knowledge of different properties in the area. There's myself and my wife Teresa. We have family run. We're backer design and build here in Strathroy. We've built a number of homes over the last 25 years here in Strathroy. We run that with our sons. They're part of our business. We've done some developing here in town as well. Ed's done some developing here with Scottsgate condos, where we built out the houses. And we've done Lionsgate subdivision in Mount Bridges, along with Marco, Queensway Drive here in town, and some infill situations. We also own tap storage right downtown here. So that's basically who you're dealing with here with the SLD group. Our vision for the property is to create a neighborhood with a variety of different options from first-time home residents, step-up homes, and retirement homes all the way through. And I think you'll see that in our master plan there. We have hired Kurt Bladen and Jordan Falcons from BM Ross to take the lead on the project, and I'd like to introduce Jordan now.
Thank you. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you. Jordan Folkens from BM Ross and Associates. I'm joined here by Kurt Bladen as well as Simon Van Reenen. They're the project engineers on this. Again, good evening to yourself, your worship, council, staff, and members of the public here tonight. I'm Jordan Folkens, like I said, I'm the planning consultant, and this plan has been about 2 years in progress right now. There's been a lot of discussion with staff. I'd like to thank Tim Williams and Director Huff for their assistance throughout this process. And we've been dealing with a lot of different agencies and groups to come up with this plan. And as Pete mentioned, this is to provide attainable housing, the missing middle, as it were, to provide more townhouses, which has been identified as a need in the community. And with that, to also provide a high quality of urban design. As we get into the presentation, Mr. Williams was very thorough, so I'm not going to duplicate anything he said, but if you could go to the next slide of the presentation, please, we'll get started. And another slide as well. As Mr. Williams stated, this is agricultural land right now. It's cash cropped. It's on the north side of Albert Street, south of Salisbury. And this was part of the County of Middlesex owned lands adjacent to Strathmere Lodge. We'll go on the next slide since that was covered. Looking at the surrounding area, it's hard to see on the screen right now, but this is an overall zoning map for both Strathroy-Caradoc and Adelaide Metcalfe. Shown in pink is the subject lands, which Mr. Williams stated. Now the southern section of this I'd like to concentrate on for a second. It's currently zoned high-density residential. And although this is proposed to be rezoned, it's to allow for rear lane townhouses and standard townhouses and to increase the density for townhouses. However, right now, it is zoned R3. It does not allow any sort of lower density land uses such as single detached dwellings or semis. And as of right, an apartment building could be built on that section of the property. The remaining lands are zoned future development, and what's being proposed is a new residential 2 and site-specific residential 3. So again, just to give some context, this is adjacent to Strathmere Lodge, to the east, Trillium Village to the northeast. There's a recent plan of subdivision approved on Salisbury to the north, and residents on County Lane and Adelaide Metcalfe to the west, as well as Seasons to the west. So next slide, please. And just to go over what the public meeting is here tonight, there's 3 applications, as Mr. Williams said. The first one is an official plan amendment, and this is to the old plan and not to the new plan that Strathroy-Caradoc approved recently. This wouldn't trigger any amendments to the new plan, as the lands will be designated neighborhood and there's a removed restriction for a secondary plan to be required. As I mentioned, the middle picture there is what's being proposed for the zone changes. On the bottom left, here's the County Lane is already in high density residential zone. That would also be proposed adjacent to Trillium Village to the north, and the remaining section of the site would be a medium density to allow for link homes and single detached dwellings. Next slide, please. And these are just the details of the amendments which Tim or Mr. Williams referred to. Next slide, please. So here's the overall vision for this development, and it's color coded. It's a little bit easier to see than your standard black and white engineered drawings. But I'll concentrate on a couple key items. The condominium blocks, what's being proposed is a rear lane townhouse. So we propose that to deal with improve aesthetics of the streetscape. What you'll see is front porches and the front doors of buildings with the garages pushed behind. The main street would not be dominated by any fencing. You'd have that front porch and more interaction with the streetscape, which is something that we really want to achieve with this development. There's also a larger number of units for townhouses, or that missing middle, and that was done for a reason. It's going to make more efficient use of land as well as municipal services, and provide a housing that's more attainable in your larger single detached dwellings. Now, another item that Mr. Williams picked up on was the centrally located parkland. And we'll get into this in the next slide, but this has been reconfigured based off the comments we received from the municipality as well as from some members of the public. Next slide, please. And sorry, next slide. Again, that's just the details of which Mr. Williams went into. So on the left side is the stormwater management facility and the parkland. Parkland is shown as purple. That's what was originally proposed. And what we heard were concerns that it was dominating the street frontages along Street A and Street B. So Street A is a north-south road. Street B would be a future road that runs to the northwest. So what's been done is a revised plan for the stormwater management of the site. The facility would be shifted as far west as possible, and that opens up both street frontages to maximize view of the parkland as well as access. It's also larger, it's more rectangular in shape compared to the previous version. Next slide, please. And again, Mr. Williams covered all this, but there is going to be a major north-south road. There will be a crescent on the east side and private roads and the condominium developments. And just flip through the next few slides. This area is fully serviced. The following slides deal with the sanitary and the storm and the water main systems, but everything will be hooked up to full municipal services. Next slide. And skip ahead a couple, please. And finally, there are a number of plans which I believe were attached to the council agenda tonight. And this has helped frame the overall development concept that we have. So this included an archaeological assessment. Traffic was looked at. There is a floodplain on the property because of the drainage to the west. That was evaluated as well. And our engineers completed a service report. Now, what wasn't done, I know that there was a comment on an acoustical study. See, that sort of study is only required either for development near highways or railways, or for an industrial development that has a lot of noise generated. And I have never seen a acoustical study required for a residential development. Next slide, please. And finally, as Mr. Williams stated, there was a public open house, which was hosted by BM Ross, and there were municipal staff on board in the call, and I believe about 20 residents or so were available. And we heard from them, and we included some of their recommendations, but primarily what we heard was County Lane residents had concerns with the visual impact and construction or overall traffic on County Lane. As Mr. Williams stated before, a lot of these concerns can be addressed through standard conditions of approval for a draft plan of subdivision. 1 foot reserve would deal with the access. And some of the fencing and screening requirements can be dealt with through both site plan and the condominium phases of the planning process. Now, what we did provide was a angular plane study. So basically this shows what could be built according to the proposed development at the maximum height, and its sort of transition to the west on County Lane. And the area in red shows, I believe, a 2.8 degree difference between what exists already on County Lane and what's being proposed. So the reason for that is because there is a 20-meter right-of-way that would act as a buffer. I believe there's a 12-meter separation from the property lines to the houses, and there would be an additional 6 meters. So what's being proposed now is to also have a privacy fence along this boundary, and for the existing mature trees to, of course, remain. Next slide, please. And thank you for the opportunity to address council. The project engineers on this project, as well as myself, are available for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Are there any other people in support of? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to comments in opposition to the proposed rezoning. Anyone in the audience that wishes to speak?
Thank you for this opportunity to address council. My name is Walter Jakimchuk, and for 44 years, my wife Belinda and I have been residences of County Lane. What brought us to this area was that it was peaceful country setting, nearby stream, and surrounding farmland, which had little to no traffic. We have enjoyed seeing generations grow up on County Lane, children, grandchildren, and now great-grandchildren. I even realized, I have realized that the town of Strathroy would grow. I've been there 44 years. And I expected it to grow out to where we are in County Lane, Adelaide Township, someday. But I always assumed it would be single-family dwellings. This caught me by surprise. I was never invited to any kind of a meeting in regards to this. If it happened, it had to have happened during COVID when nobody was really meeting in person. And I don't recall ever receiving any mail in that regard. Needless to say, it's rated R3. Never did I ever imagine what's planned today is quite similar to if you took a piece of Toronto and stuck it there. This boy's a country boy. He wanted to put the city right across the road from me. And it's a bit of a shock. For many years, in our neighborhood, all there's been is 4 families, and we come to enjoy that same country setting. Now, with this planned subdivision, it will bring at least 24 units across the road from us. There's no access to the back of their yards, unless it's through their unit. And my concerns, which they addressed, saying that a fence will be put up or a barrier, or I've heard that to that effect, but what guarantees do we have this is going to be done? I don't know. I do know, though, that this will adversely affect the enjoyment of our property that we've had there. To see across the road buildings that are 3 floors high, yeah, I get it. People gotta live somewhere and they gotta be able to afford it. But why across the road from us? This subdivision plan has a phase 2 that's got acres of room that could have accommodated them just as nicely. And if the decision was made to put these dwellings across the road from us because of their proximity to Albert Street, it's gonna be on a public road, phase 2. While having access to maps of these planned subdivisions, and I thank all those involved, were very generous in providing 14 studies, reports. That's a lot of paperwork to try and, appreciate. But in some of these maps, it shows developments north of Salisbury, phase 2. None of them are R3. None of them have townhouses. Why? We're the only ones. There's been a lot of studies and reports. I get it. What I don't see, which may not matter a whole lot, the impact of the existing wildlife. It's country. We have it all out there. We've got groundhogs, rabbits, skunks, raccoons, fox, deer, muskrats, you name it, we got it. And we've had to learn to live cohabitating with them. when you build a subdivision, those animals aren't gonna know your plans. They're gonna go visiting people. I hope they're just as willing to cohabitate with them. I've been there 44 years. I know what floods do. My property is probably at the highest risk of being flooded. It has so in the past. And eventually, I come to understand that cable drain had to be dug out and properly cleaned in order to handle the high spring waters. And since they dug it out, we never had an issue. So what happens if these wastewater or floodwater reserves gonna hold the storm waters? If it don't, I'm the one that's gonna flood. And who's gonna pay for the damage then? Me? I don't know. Lastly, I appreciate that there was no intention for this subdivision to connect County Lane. I appreciate a promise of a barrier. I would not like to see County Lane used as an alternative access for people to go to back their place because there's no other way of getting there. And one thing I know, governments, they come and go and decisions are made, are far-lasting effects that we have to live with. We can only hope that the right ones are being made and that we do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Any other comments in opposition? Else?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Clarence Vanderdeen. My wife and I live on 240 County Lane, and Walter summed up a lot of our concerns, but I just wanted to also state a couple things. And one of the things that I don't know has been considered is when right across the road to the east, when they are the 3-story townhouse type houses, what that might do also to our property values. Right now we look across a nice country field and it's very enjoyable. We understand that houses have to be built, and if they go there, we really would think that it would be better off having the single home dwellings in that part of the plan instead of the 3-story. The 3-story would look like a wall, and would, to us from Albert Street down at least the length of County Lane, if they could be more of a single-story dwellings, single homes. There's only 11, I think, or 12 proposed in the whole plan of 360 or some odd homes. So we think that there could be definitely more to this plan. There's lots of room for those type of plan houses. So we'd appreciate you thinking of that, because that would make some effect on our own home values, and also for whatever they put for fencing or a berm or whatever to separate us. There's a piece of land there that we'd like to see. It's beautified. We've been keeping it up for all these years, and wondering about where people might just take advantage of using that as their own property and parking their vehicles or trailers or anything that they might like, and wants to ensure us that that'll be kept clean and protected. So we would ask that you consider that, and as Walter said, we are thankful that your intention and proposal is not to have County Lane accessed by the subdivision, and that we can have that continuing quiet zone. I think that's all I had, so thank you for your time, and consider that.
Thank you very much. I understand we do have someone online who'd like to speak, either Dawn or Jeanette. Are you there?
Hi, it's Jeanette Lyons, and my husband Don's with me, and I just want to thank you guys for inviting us to the meeting tonight, and we are fully in support of what Walter and Clarence just said on behalf of all the neighbors, and we'd just like to add to that. We would prefer to see, if possible, maybe the 12 single residential homes across from us considered. We did see for the 7.3 section 2.63D, the quiet enjoyment of residential neighborhoods shall be respected. And we do believe that with those large townhomes put in there, that we are going to lose that quiet enjoyment, and our health and safety could also be affected by that. So we would like to see that along with the fence, berm, wall, whatever it may be, to help provide for that separation per se. We did have a few questions too, in terms of, we did see that in one of the documents, there was 11 resident homes, and then there was another one that said 12, so maybe that's still in the works. And wonder too, how did this area, if it's used for agriculture right now, how was it even zoned R3 to begin with? Just kind of question and wondering about that. So, other than that, I think the letter that you guys received from all of us residents this morning would be great to have more feedback to that. In closing, just in case there was anything missed out that doesn't come of this meeting tonight, but we appreciate that you guys giving us the time to speak and address our concerns.
Thank you. Did someone want to speak to the 2 questions that were raised?
Yes, thank you, Jordan Wilkins here again. I think Tim would like to touch on this first. I saw him raise his hand, so I'll give him that opportunity.
It's very generous, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I'll speak.
Feel free.
Okay. So the draft plan of subdivision calls for single detached lots between lots number 124 and 134 inclusive. So that's 11 lots. That's what they're proposing. I think in some of the other documents there was just a typo that got maybe copied over a couple of spots unintentionally. But the idea is that there are 11 lots there for single detached homes. The other question related to how the property was zoned R3, that's a little bit more of a difficult history, but I can say that it was not R3 when the previous zoning bylaw came forward, but the current zoning bylaw that was passed in 2008 has had an R3 zone on these lands since then. So that's approximately the time in which that changed. It changed as a result of a number of different things happening at that time, one of which was the annexation of some lands from adjacent properties. We can do a better job of explaining that in a final report, certainly.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Were there any other comments in opposition? Anyone? Okay. Seeing none, we'll turn it over to comments and questions from members of the council. Were there any questions or comments? Councillor Pelkman.
Just one, and I was lucky enough to run into one of the owners and express my opinion about having the fence along Calendar Lane, because I think that if even if you were to build single-family homes, like in the subdivision that I live in, there's only 8 feet between homes, and you can't access your backyard like if you were trying to put a trailer in anything. And I just think that would be too tempting for people without a barrier put there to use Calendar Lane to access their backyards. So I would like that barrier to be permanent without gates, so that people can't cross through.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Kennis.
Just a comment, probably repeating myself from the past, but we have asked for more higher density, more affordable housing for the last number of months and years, and I applaud the developers for putting a project like this together. I think we need it here in Strathroy-Caradoc.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Hippel, seconded by Councillor Pammer. All in favor? Carried. Now we'll move to a recommendation that the subject report for 39T-SC 2302, OPA 1-2023, and ZBA 03-2023 be received for information. Councillor Kennis, Deputy Mayor McGuire, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Move on to approval of minutes. There are two in front of us. Did anyone have a recommendation the meeting minutes be approved as written? Councillor Kennis, Deputy Mayor McGuire, all in favor? Carried. Okay, we want to, let's give people time to leave.
Yeah.
Everybody settled. On to drainage matters, quarter revision, Mill Road Drain 2018-EPW-2023-33. A recommendation that the quarter revision to consider the Mill Road Drain 2018 be hereby opened. Motion to open, Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. Are there any appeals, if any, for the Mill Road Drain 2018? Director Strauss.
Through the mayor, no, there hasn't been any appeals, and this actually doesn't cost. There is no construction that's occurring. It already occurred and it was already paid for by the developer at the time. So at this point, I'll just leave it at that if there's any questions.
Okay. Any questions from any members of council? Seeing none, we'll move on to the recommendation. The council adopt the engineer's report for the Mill Road Drain 2018 and give third and final reading to provisional bylaw number 15-23 for the project. Someone to carry the motion. Councillor Hippel, second by Deputy Mayor McGuire. All in favor? Carried. Now we'll close the quarter revision. We have a motion to close the quarter revision. Director. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Hammer. All in favor? Sorry for the demotion, Councillor. Communication, we do have 4 communications in front of us. Does anyone wish to pull any communication? Councillor Hippel? Which one would you like to address?
Sorry, I had too many screens up. 6.1, please.
Okay, any others? Councillor Wilsey.
I'd like to pull out 6.2.
Thank you, I was gonna pull that one too. So that being said, we have a motion to accept for communication, for information, 6.1. Nope, you wanted that one, correct? 6.1?
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yes, that's okay.
6.3 and 6.4. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Hippel, you want to speak to 6.1?
Yes, I'll be very quick. After speaking to other first responders and paramedics in our area, it just seems we would be remiss as a council if we did not also express our support to help our first responders from violence, and especially with the bill C-321. So I just wanted to throw it out there to see if perhaps our council would also express its support.
Did you want to make a motion, Councillor Hippel?
Sorry, I always forget that part. Yes, please.
The seconder, Councillor Pelkman. Any discussion or questions from councillors? Deputy Mayor McGuire.
Thank you, Your Worship. My only question is, I don't know what Bill C-321 is.
Well, you'd have to go.
You're wanting me to endorse something, and I really don't understand what it is, other than a very brief statement.
So if I would jump in, maybe perhaps that would be something that we would have a better explanation on before we support that. Would that be, I mean, I could ask them to put that in writing. I just, to go through the whole entire bill C-321 would, at this point, it would be better versed by someone in the paramedic and first responder services area.
Okay, I'm gonna ask if you want to amend your motion, but seeing that we have Chief Smith here, and Chief Smith, not to put you on the spot, are you familiar with the bill?
Through you, your worship, I am not overly familiar with it. I'm trying to read the letter from Lanark. Obviously, I support any time that we're looking after first responders and their safety on scenes, but I haven't seen anything come through the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, so I can't really give you a whole lot of information on it. I could report back later if that's requested.
Okay, would you like to make that motion, pull your
Yeah,
motion?
as long
make
as
that
it's
a mo-
not too much trouble, but I think it's something like this is important, and to get the details and the nitty-gritty on it would be really great, because the amount of growth that we have in our community and the amount of people that we have in our paramedic service and the first responders in our municipality, I think it would be very important to have that there, to support it, at least to have it detailed so everyone has that in hand.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Do you want to withdraw that motion and bring a new motion?
Yes. Yes, and I'm really not entirely sure how to put that out there. So perhaps we could have a motion, I thought I already did that. Perhaps we could have a motion that Chief Smith could possibly bring a report on Bill C-321 to help us understand and hopefully support our first responders moving forward.
Seconder, Councillor Pelkman. Any
First,
questions or concerns?
I'll agree to withdraw my support for her first motion and then add it to the second.
Okay. The training is slowly kicking in.
Good.
Were there any questions before we bring it to a vote? Councillor Pelkman.
No questions, but the summary on the front of the bill reads that this amends the criminal code to require a court to consider the fact that the victim of assault is a healthcare professional or a first responder to be an aggravating circumstance for the purpose of sentencing. So that gives you an idea of where the bill is. It's in regards to the sentencing of an assault.
Okay. Councillor Wilsey.
With this being a legal matter, Chief Smith, not to say anything else, is he the correct person to bring back a report on that, to being a legal matter, talking about the criminal code? It doesn't seem like that's typically, especially dealing with paramedics in the fire chief's group.
My suggestion would be it's just an interpretation, a reading of the legislations. I don't think we're asking for a legal interpretation or a legal ruling, just an overview. So I think maybe that word, an overview of the Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, bring to a vote. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Wilsey, you had wanted 6.2 Caradoc Housing Corp. new director appointments.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say how glad I am to see that we've got members of the community represented on the Caradoc Housing. These are all, most of these names I recognize as neighbors and people from Mount Bridges. I'm glad to see the community getting involved, and look forward to what comes out in the future from this.
Thank you. I need a motion to, any other comments on 6.2? Seeing none, we'll move to reports from departments, financial services. I don't know if Councillor Kennis, you wanted to lead this one, or I can?
If you wouldn't mind,
Okay.
I'll take it, and I'm going to start by being a little bit preachy on this topic. Again, it's a good reason for this report to be here, and certainly everyone's entitled to the information that's in it, and probably should be published on a regular basis. But the reason this report was here is because a member of council issued a public statement that gave the incorrect information and led some to believe that we were at our lending limit for the municipality, which wasn't the case. And I would just ask that any of us, when we're making a statement publicly, that we're totally sure that what we're saying is correct before we issue a public statement. And we have to deal with enough misstatements from the public. Certainly, I don't think we need to deal with misstatements from ourselves. So that would be my talk on it. Before I turn it over to Director Dakin to speak on it further, this number of the debt ceiling is issued by the province, so it's got the official Ontario seal on it, and it's based on the audited financial statements of the municipality, which are done by a respected national firm on an annual basis to tell us that the numbers are correct. And so I'll turn over to Bill Dakin to talk more about it. I know the mayor has some comments about comments made about our reserves being quoted as incorrect and not correct as well. And I get very concerned when the wrong numbers get out there, because we are a municipality that is in strong financial condition, and we shouldn't put out information that would lead others to believe that we're not. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Dakin.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the report is in front of you, basically outlines the limits that are put on the municipality by the province and how those limits are calculated, and the responsibility of the treasurer to make adjustments once that report is made. So that report is in front of you. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Derbyshire.
So just when we start calculating all this up together, right? We take the reserves plus our taxes, and there's a formula to getting here, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that formula, it's in here?
So the formula is actually, if you go to the best part would be under the annual repayment limit guide. So it's a 4-page document. It walks you through what the limit is, how it's calculated. It also gives you a link to other municipalities. So basically, it boils down to that once we report on the FIR, which is sort of the municipal version of your income tax return, the province then takes those numbers as reported, multiplies it by, so it takes a total of our municipal owned source revenue. So it's basically property taxes and user fees. As sort of really doesn't involve reserves or reserve funds. It's basically just revenue coming in the door. So it looks at sort of, it would be the municipal version of your ability to take on a mortgage. So when you go to take out a personal mortgage, they calculate your sources of income and give you a limit. So in our case, it's 25% of our own sources, and then they deduct from that any payments that you're making on both the interest and the principal, and come up with an annual repayment limit. We then, as treasurers within the within the province, tasked with deducting any debt that hasn't been reported. So in the case of my report here tonight, we have an outstanding loan that's going to be going forward for a fire apparatus that was purchased. Because of delays, we didn't we need to actually have the invoice before we can get the debt. So that was slated in the budget to be debt. So right now, there will be an application made now to add about $800,000 to the debt. So that was then deducted to get to the 8.1 million, if you look at the report. But the calculation method, I guess is the best way, is in that annual report first of all, the guide, which through how it's done, and then we actually have a document from the province that calculates that for us.
So we can spend $8.1 million a year.
No, we can incur $8.1 million in debt payments. So
In
based
debt payments.
in debt payments. So based on that calculation, using 5%, we'll say, over 15 years, we could take on another 85 million in debt. If we look at that same interest rate of 5%, over 20 years, we could take on 102 million in debt. So this is a debt payment. So it looks at your ability to pay, not how much debt you can incur, obviously. So those are two different numbers using the calculations we provided. And the province, on their actual report, which is attached to my report, gives you sort of those illustrated purposes. So on the one that's attached to the report shows the 5% interest rate and a 7% interest rate. So depending on the interest rate, depends on how much debt we can incur. And so each time we take on debt, we have to recalculate that number.
And certainly money has become more expensive, so that will lower the amount of debt that we take on. Councilor Brennan.
Thank you. Through yourself, I guess, to the finance director. Years ago, when I was chair of the finance, you and I used to work together, Director Dakin. And at that time, I seem to recall, we used to talk about a provincial report card on the financial health of municipalities. And I'm not sure if that is still issued, but does such a thing still exist? And if so, how have we done on that over the last few years?
So through the chair to Councillor Brennan, so we participate obviously by filing our FIR. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing actually issues us sort of a report card just on us specifically. We also participate in the BMA study, which is a study that's throughout the province. Those results are posted on our website back to 2013, I believe. So you can sort of see how over the time between 2013 and today, our numbers have been improving and our ability to repay debt. Obviously, our debt has reduced. We haven't taken on a lot of debt over the years. So when it comes to debt, our ability to repay debt is probably an exceptional level right now.
So just to follow up then, qualified impartial third parties at the provincial level are indicating over the last 10 years we've had increased financial health and we're currently in a position where we have an exceptional ability to pay debt?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
I go ahead there.
No, I'm not sure who you were first there, so.
It doesn't really matter. If the
Go ahead,
deputy.
Councillor Pelton.
All right, thank you. So obviously in a real world, we're not gonna take out all the loans at 20 years or 15 years. And I know over the past 10 or 12 years, we've kind of had a strategy when we had to take a loan out for something like the ladder truck, for instance. So maybe just for the public, how do you go about deciding what should be a 10-year loan, a 5-year loan, or a 20-year loan?
Through the chair to Councillor Pelkman. So obviously that would be a decision of council. One of the things that we would put forward from the finance department is sort of a recommendation on our debt repayment limit. So if we stretch it out, obviously we can take on more debt. If we shorten it, then our debt repayment level is reduced for the short term. One of the things that we've done as a strategy on debt is typically looked at the useful life. So first of all, you can't take out debt beyond useful life. So for instance, we use the fire trucks or fire apparatus as an example. Typically, the useful life on those is 20 years. So you can't go beyond 20 years on a fire apparatus. What we typically do as a municipality is to take out a 10-year loan on a fire apparatus, which allows us then to have the final 10 years of the useful life of that vehicle or that apparatus put back into a reserve for replacement when that vehicle comes due. So it's more of a science of how much we have available, and then looking at the way that we need to repay that.
So I have a follow-up question, because that was the answer I was expecting. When we're looking at some of the items that we have in the docket in front of us, being 2 sewage treatment plant upgrades, fire halls, recreation center, works yard, how do you anticipate going about those when their useful life will be in the decades and not in single years or double years even?
So through the chair to Councillor Pelican, again, same principles apply. We have to look at the useful life. So for instance, a building, useful life is typically 35 to 40 years. So you would use the useful life that is calculated for those and then apply that same principle. Again, I think the same thing is for items that are tax-based, so like for instance, the fire hall would be a good example. It would behoove the municipality to look at shortening that lifespan of the payments in the sense of putting them over maybe a shorter period of time. Again, we're in a very precarious position as a municipality that we have a lot of capital infrastructure coming at us, so we need to make sure that we strategize well with this, but one of the things would be to try and balance that same approach that we're using on apparatus, for instance, apply it to our buildings and facilities and say, can we shorten those payments down a bit with the idea of taking the continuation of the life expectancy of that asset and spreading those same debt payments now into a reserve payment. So that would be the strategy that I would put forward, but again, council is the final decision on all of those.
Thank you, Chair. I think mine has been asked and answered.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire?
So just going back to the last 10 years where we've done, I'm not saying we didn't do well. Did we take on a lot of debt in the last 10 years or did we just simply pay off?
Through the chair, Councillor Derbyshire, I would say for the last 10 years, we've taken on very little debt compared to in the past. Only necessary, and one of those things that we've done. So in my tenure here, I would say that we've taken on 2 fire apparatus, a 3rd one now coming up. We've done the solar panels, LED lighting, and I think that's about it for debt. So typically, so let's talk about solar panels, for instance. So there's a 20-year contract on those solar. What we've done is taken the payments that we're getting from our solar, using that to pay the debt. And now we're going to be taking, because I think those ones close out in 2024, we'll be taking those debt payments now and putting the full amount that we received from the solar, putting that into that green energy. So for the most part, we haven't taken on, I would say, a large amount of debt.
Yeah, sure.
I guess that leads me to where we're at. We are staring at large amount of debt, like very large amounts of debt. So because we haven't done anything for 10 years and we maintained ourselves, and it's not saying you didn't, we built some reserves and this and that, but essentially we've spent a fair bit of those too. They're long well gone on a lot of sides. I'm not saying they're all gone, right? We do have a very healthy water reserve, you know. This is where it worries me, even when we say we can take on $8.1 million in payments a year. Do we have the ability to pay that back? Even though, like my bank says you can borrow this, that, and the other thing, I will struggle at what they say I can borrow, you know, without doing a massive tax upgrade or anything like that. And I'm not saying taxes shouldn't go up a little bit. I'm not saying I want 0%. I'm just saying we have a ton of things that have kind of been just pushed down the road, right? That are coming due, and they're coming due because the infrastructure is falling apart. So that does worry me in our borrowing.
I agree with you 100, if I can respond, I agree with you 100% on that. And you know, while it might say we can borrow 102 million, I have no interest personally in borrowing $102 million. And you know, my only concern is that you know, that we have the proper information out there. I don't think, you're absolutely right. I've said since I've been back on council the last 5 years that we're in a good financial position, but we've got a mountain of projects coming our way, and how are we going to deal with all these things? And we're not going to be able to do everything. It's going to be impossible. But I think we, you know, I think we also have to, you know, state that we're in better shape than a lot of other municipalities, and so as a result, I think we have some flexibility. But that being said, we can't do it all either. So
Yeah, no, and I do want you to understand, I'm not criticizing what you guys have done for 10 years. You did what? The best possible. COVID changed the landscape again. So that's not, I'm not criticizing what was done. I just want us to fully kind of understand what is in front of us.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you, and I'm gonna segue off Councillor Derbyshire. Speaking about reserves, and I had asked this, Director Dakin, could you tell us what we have in reserves?
Through the chair to the mayor, so in 2021, we had 62.7 million in cash and cash equivalents in our financial statements. Our total assets in 2021 came to 78 million. Our total liabilities were 36.3 million. So that gave us a net financial. So if we had to pay off everything that we owed, we would have 41.8 million left over to the good.
Liquidate all that?
Sorry?
I said, can we liquidate all those assets? Like that, and I'm not trying to be a jerk here. I'm just saying, like, obviously, we're not pulling pipes out of the ground, even though it's infrastructure that counts towards it.
That is net financial, so that is cash or cash equivalents. That doesn't even get into the close to 162 million in assets that we own. So
Yes.
You're right. We've got another 161 million in assets if we need to liquidate, but I don't think there's a huge market for sewer lines, water lines, and roads at this stage. Maybe, who knows? You never know. In 2022, I'm gonna say, we're coming up and you're gonna see the audit report coming forward, the second meeting in July. So I'm gonna say that we're probably in about the same shape with those, the net financial asset, if not maybe a little more improved. But I can tell you that if we look at DCs, reserves, reserve funds, and trust funds, unaudited, right now we have about 68 million in those, in DCs. So we've got, and again, I look at it from a standpoint when it comes to debt and projects, we've got all these levers that we can pull as to how we're gonna pull these off. Debt is one of them, reserves is one of them, DCs, depending on the kind of project, may or may not be available. Fundraising, all sorts of stuff. So I would venture to say that, like I said, unaudited, we're about 68 million at the end of 2022 in reserves, reserve funds, DCs, trust funds, all of those things.
But, you know, a lot of them, again, just to be clear, they're in pots that are earmarked for, you know, water and sewer, or development charges that are earmarked towards funds where development charges can be used, or it's not a huge pot, but the cemetery trust funds that are sitting there to be used to repair and maintain cemeteries. So there is, you know, there's all of these pots, and these pots have to be used for the proper purpose. But there is cash in the piggy bank, so to speak. So, other questions, Councillor?
Just knowing that with that, there's been a lot of deferred spending, and if I look at the budget, a lot of the money that we spent this year for capital budgets was deferred from previous years because it had already been allocated. That amount, I'm assuming, is still included in the reserve amount that you're reporting. So with that, with things that have already been deferred, plus things that have already been earmarked, I'm imagining that 68 million sounds like a large number, but when we start looking at what's available for actually offsetting taxes and doing things that aren't specifically wastewater or development charge, that number is going to be much, much smaller than that 68 million.
As we said earlier, there are lots of projects that have to be done over the years to come. Okay.
I just had one, can I ask one question?
Sure.
On the DC charges, is there a way, can we review the rate or the percentages given? Like, do we do that annually? So like, when we break the DCs down, the development charges down, and so much for water, so much for wastewater, so much for recreation, so much for fire, like, do we review that every year and kind of, should we possibly maybe look at something like that? Like, only when we look at the fire hall, you know, maybe we should be allocating more DC charges to the fire department, being that we do realize we have to build a fire hall and possibly another one in Mount Bridges. So, you know, I think I looked it up and I could be wrong, but I think it was 128 is from every DC charge is what's going to the fire department, which is not a whole heck of a lot, you know, considering that the building is $10 million. So $128 is not a lot when we consider, you know, we are going to have these expenditures, and you know, the development charges are kind of there for.
I don't think we can direct much for the fire department, but I'm not an expert on that. I will let Director Huff or Mr. Dakin answer that question.
So through the chair to Councilor Derbyshire. So the way DCs work is we do a DC study every 10 years now. So every 10 years, we review our DCs. When I started in 2012, DCs were made up of basically past projects, which really doesn't make any sense because development charges are for growth. So there was very little amount going into DCs that could be used for future projects. So we've switched that now, and we're now the lion's share of our projects that go forward under our DC study are based on that. So the way that we calculate those amounts is, so if Director Littleborn decides to build a cricket pitch, for instance, he would put that in as a project. We then look at what is growth related as opposed to what's replacement. So this is where we get into a bit of a catch-22 with our fire hall. All of our fire halls pre-exist. If we're putting in a new fire hall, that's a different story. So as we expand, so like we've been talking about possibly 10, 15, 20 years from now, there might need to be a fire hall up in the north end of town. That would be growth related. Right now, what we're looking at is we have 3 existing fire halls, and fire station 1 is going to be replaced. It's a replacement. So there may be a small sliver of that we can apply, i.e. $128 to growth, which is the DC. So it's really dictated by the DC bylaw, and which is by the DC Act, which looks at growth. So we do review that. It used to be every 5, but now they've expanded that to 10 years. So every 10 years we go out, and it's prudent upon management to make sure that we are getting growth-related projects in so that we're getting the biggest bang for the buck. The sewer treatments, road projects, all of those things that are growth-related go in there. Even equipment. So like as we need more plow trucks, for instance, because of the expanding road network, those would be added to the DC. So unfortunately, it's not an annual thing, it's every 10 years, and we just finished ours, so I think we've got about 8 years left before we go out again.
Let's close this
Let's
one
move on. So there's a recommendation that council receive and file report financial 2023-25. I move for please, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you. Back to you. Sorry for...
No, that's okay. I think that was actually very interesting, very informative. That was a well-needed discussion, so thank you for that, Director Dakin. And just, I know we're going to run for some time, so just put everyone on notice, around 8:30, we will be taking a bio break. It's gonna be needed this evening. So, that, let's turn it over building and planning to the deputy mayor. It's yours.
Thank you, your worship. So one report in front of us this evening, condominium agreement at 50 Carroll Street. There is a brief report in front of you. Essentially, this is just allowing them to file it as a condominium. They've kind of switched gears. I don't think anything really changed in the development or the site plan. They're just now going to do it as a condominium unit. Director Huff, anything to follow up?
Thank you through the chair to the rest of the council. I think yourself provided a good synopsis of the report, and here to answer any questions. It was their intent all along to do a condominium development. It was just the order of operations that first they received the zoning, then the site plan approval. Now that they're at the point of registering the plan, they do need to have this agreement in place. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. Excuse me, questions from council?
Deputy Mayor, can I get you to bring the motion first before we start discussion?
Yeah, there's a good idea. So we do have a motion that council receive the report BBP 2023-73 and further that council approve the bylaw entering into a condominium agreement between municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc and 2799758 Ontario Inc. Somebody to make the motion, please. Councillor Kennis, Councillor Wilsey. Now, to do it in proper order, questions from council. Councillor Peltman.
It's not a question, but a comment, and it somewhat relates to the previous session regarding the previous county lands. The thing that when we're talking about transitional housing and different styles, is that for someone to go into a condominium like this when it's their first home, they're not having to purchase all those other things that go with it, like lawnmowers and hoses and garden utensils, and spending all that money. It's an opportunity for them to own something, but not have all those other peripheral costs. And the other thing too that I like about condominium agreements is that usually the landscaping is contracted out, so you have a nice, consistent, cared for piece of property, as opposed to say staring at the back of 30 individual townhouses where you've got one that's really nicely cared for and the other one that's kind of run down. So for those people that have their backyards up against them, a nice consistent look, I think is a good transition to have for them.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? That carries. Thank you. Back to you, your worship.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire, Community Services, or as you call it, the Fun Bunch.
Well, we are the fun bunch, but I don't know, Rob. Try and make this one fun. It's on to you, mister.
The council, thank you, Councillor Derbyshire. The council has a report in front of them this evening. If there's any questions, I am available to answer them.
Yeah. I wonder if we bring the motion first. We are trying to stick to the new procedure, so if anybody minds, I'll bring the motion. So we have a recommendation that council receive report CS-2023-15 titled Request to Hire Cemetery Assistant. For information, further, the council approves option 4, hiring of a cemetery assistant already approved in the 2023 budget. Did we have?
I was going to make a motion, but not this motion.
Okay, thank you.
But my motion would be different than this.
But the mayor already made the motion.
He can't make a motion. He's calling for a motion to be first.
I don't know what happened. My meeting always gets stolen.
Just calling for the motion, so
but
you can make an amendment.
Once that goes on, it's on, which then kicks my motion
voted on
off.
and defeated.
What's that?
Can be voted on and defeated, correct?
But I'm calling for a different motion first. I'm calling for a motion to be on the floor to be debated.
You have to vote the motion down that's been presented, correct, clerk?
Yeah, we need to vote this, but you can make an amendment to
You can make an amendment to the motion.
You can present yours.
Councillor Dalton.
So we can get it on the floor, I will make that motion.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Brennan. Okay, so all in favor? Discussion, I apologize. I tried.
Now is the opportunity for my
Now's the opportunity. That's what we were trying to do.
Well, I wanted to make a motion that this be deferred until the CAO and the 4-year budgeting process is all in place.
Any other comments or discussion? Councillor Brand.
Well, we can call the motion, vote on it. If it's defeated, then the deputy mayor could make his motion.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call a point of order.
No.
I have a question.
Councillor Hippel first.
I just have a quick question, and it's actually for Director Lilborn, please. So through Councillor Derbyshire to Director Lilborn. So knowing a little bit about what goes on at cemeteries, I am to understand there is one person working out in all of our cemeteries, right? We have one person. If that's not right, could let me know, and then I have an additional question.
Through the chair to Councillor Hippel, you're correct. We do have staff available to assist when they're available with those two-person tasks, which we're not completely doing. So when we're digging a grave, when we open a grave, we will have 2 people there. That's a requirement. Trimming of trees, the other items that I've identified in the report, we're not doing that. Well, we're just not trimming trees. So we're ending up with a lot of items that are backlogged. The fixing of monuments. We can't fix monuments at this point because it's a 2-person job. So the longer we wait, the further behind we get. As identified in the council report, we've been out to our periphery cemeteries once this year, cutting grass. I'm thankful that we didn't have rain for about 6 weeks, or that grass would be unmanageable at this point. So to answer your question, yes, for the most part.
Okay, so then my follow-up would, and I'm not even sure it's a question more, it's just more of a, I guess I always go back to health and safety. Health, I'm not sure, but the safety features of it. I know when we're out in the cemeteries and we're digging graves, it's not a fun job, but it's a dangerous job. So my concern would be if we don't have someone out there doing that with the one main person, that we could be in deep trouble. So I guess, is this a safety concern? Because if this doesn't, I mean, we're in the middle of the season, it's the end of June, it's almost July. So is this something, as an assistant, is this something that would be a safety concern, not a safety concern, more just trees and grass cutting, or is this something that we need people digging graves? Because there is no way anyone should be doing that by themselves. We would be in trouble if that happened.
Through the chair to Councillor Hippel, yes. To answer your question in short, yes. It's a risk factor. There are other services that will be delayed within the community, whether it's opening a grave, closing a grave, fixing of monuments, weed control in the downtown core, maintaining the garden baskets and all of the garden beds, because it's the horticulture. If I can give some history that's identified in the report, back in 2008 when we hired this horticultural technician, the intention was to take that horticultural technician and utilize him in the cemetery to assist with the cemetery operations. The cemetery, or the horticultural technician's duties have expanded greatly within the community over the past, since 2018, with the inclusion of the flower beds on Caradoc, the other hardscape gardens that we have, the inability to use Roundup in the community. So we have the ability to do that, but there's other services that will be impacted, which will be very noticeable in the community in a very short period of time.
Thanks. Any other question?
No.
Councillor Pelton.
So I'm leaning towards favoring it, voting in favor of this, but I am going to ask the question because I think we were pretty clear as council that when we passed the budget, that we would have to ask if one of the departments required one of those to come forward, they'd have to explain why are they bringing it forward. So we're one meeting out from that meeting where we had that discussion. So I guess I'm gonna ask the director, is why now? Why does this report come out now for the request?
Through the chair to Councillor Pelkman, simply because we need them now. We needed them back in April, and we have one person doing three people's work. So we need them now. That's why now, and not waiting until the CAO was chosen. It's because we need them now.
Deputy Mayor.
So, we specifically at budget did not want full-time staff hired until we had a CAO in place to properly address, a full-time CAO, to properly address how the organization looks, particularly with full-time staff. Now we're being asked to go in an opposite direction. I 100% agree. We need help at the cemetery, but I believe part-time help is where we need to be until such time as we have somebody in here that is permanent basis, that is able to guide all of these decisions that we will ultimately own for the life of that employee. So I'm not understanding why we continuously veer off of our path.
Councillor Brennan, call for the vote.
Oh, thank you. No, it was my recollection at budget that there were a proposal that there be 4 individuals hired, and council decided to defer that, but the money was put into budget. But I think it was also stated that if a department head felt they wanted to have one of those positions hired, they would come to council and make a request. Am I correct in saying that? And is that not what's happening here? So I don't know, with all respect to the Deputy Mayor, I don't know if we're veering off course. I think this is just exactly what we said would happen, that we didn't hire the 4 even though we had the money in the budget, and if a department head felt that they really needed to have that person hired, they would come back to council and make that request, which is what I see happening here today. That's all I'm saying.
Councillor Wilsey.
Just listening to everything going back and forth, I'm wondering if there may be a possibility that instead of making this a full-time position, that we do it as a contract position, which would expire at the end of the grass cutting and maintenance season. It's like a 3 or 4 month contract, depending on how long it would take to get it started. If that would suit the need, and if that would please council.
Okay, well, I suggest we bring the vote and deal with the recommendation, because if I'm correct, option 4 does deal with hiring of a full-time staff member, so if it's the will of council either way, then we'll go through. So we have the recommendation in front of us, the council receive report CS 2023-15 titled Request to Hire Cemetery Assistant, and the council approve option 4, hiring of a cemetery assistant already approved in the 2023 budget. All in favor? Okay. 4. Okay. I'll vote at the end, Councillor. Those opposed? Or I vote in favor. Motion's carried. Councillor Pelkman, Engineering and Public Works.
Thank you very much. So this was an issue that both Councillor Wilsey and I have spoken about, although on slightly different angles. Councillor Wilsey, I believe, wanted a justification of the cost, whereas I was looking for a request to revisit the way we impose the charge, as going back to the way we had it before, which I believe was that you didn't have to connect if the sewer went past, but you weren't allowed to replace your septic system, so that when your septic system failed, at that point you would connect. So we do have the report in front of us. Director Strauss, did you want to add anything to it? Actually, I suppose I should call the motion first. Thank you. So the motion is that council receive report EPW-2023-35 for information, and that council approve the updated sanitary sewer private drain connection charge of $18,555.25 effective July 1st, 2023 for all new connections. So I'm looking for a motion for that to get it on the floor. It'd be Councillor Brennan, and seconded by Councillor Kennis.
I'd ask it be a recorded vote.
Kevin, yep, sure. So now I will ask Director Strauss if you wanted anything to add.
Thank you, through the chair. Not too much to add. It's just this report just outlines the background on how we got to here and everything in between. We did attach the actual policy that was approved. In that policy, there was also a fifth option approved. So the minutes are attached to the report for a 20-year payment plan. I did want to address that this is actually private drain connections for all of Strathroy-Caradoc, not just Mount Bridges and not just specifically Queen Street. And that the recommendation is just following what was brought forward at the August 2nd, 2022 council meeting. So I'll leave it at that and open up for questions.
Are there any questions from any members of council? Mayor Grantham?
Through you to Director Strauss, so just for clarification, this vote is strictly on the fee, in no way, shape, or form affects any decision on Queen Street and Mount Bridges, correct?
So that is correct, because those sewers were installed prior to this decision, but this fee will affect everybody going forward, so yes. That does not have a private drain connection, that is.
Councillor Wilsey?
I've been doing a little bit of looking into other fees for different municipalities, and one thing that I see is different looking at the list is the asphalt curb and just the road surfacing. Typically what I've seen from other municipalities, at least from the examples I've looked at, is that those are excluded from this and they're part of the roads department. They're not necessarily part of the sewer connection fee. So I'm just wondering if maybe I haven't looked at enough examples or why those are included in our fee when I've seen other municipalities that don't include the road work.
Director Strauss?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey. So when we looked at putting this fee together, we looked at the cost to install a specific private drain connection. So that would include the restoration of, so if this was voted to be depleted, the resident would be on the full hook of that cost, and I can say for certainty that it would be more than this fee proposed in front of you. If they had to dig into the road, restore the curb, possibly their driveway, depending on the location. We looked at all those aspects, and we did reach out to other municipalities and had consultants also put this together.
Any other questions from any members of council? All right, so I had a question and I had a fairly lengthy conversation with Director Strauss today because I didn't feel that this report actually addressed the question that I asked. So I had to kind of drag it out, and part of that was answered in the last question. If we did not make the mandatory, or this sewage connection mandatory when it went past, and let's remember that Queen Street was never anticipated that we would have two developments on the same street, especially when one development is only one side of the street for the most part. But land values happened and suddenly that was a viable piece of property and Queen Street happened. So if we did not apply the mandatory sewage connection, would the stubs be reached out to the property line, or would just the sewer line go down the middle of the street?
Through the chair to the chair. So the municipality would not be putting in the private drain connections. That would be part of, just in the comments that we addressed, that the resident, because we have to look at asset age, if that resident was never going to connect, we would essentially be putting in a pipe that has an end of life cycle. So at this point, unless the council chose to run those pipes and have other taxpayers subsidize that fee, then we would not be putting that stub into the property line.
And would the scope of a street reconstruction widen or narrow with that decision?
Yes, it would.
So after I got those responses, it kind of did answer my question. However, I would request, it's gonna be weird since it's my portion of the meeting, that council amend this motion because of the situation that Queen Street happened and the way it happened, with an about turn of events due to this sudden increase in real estate values that nobody predicted, that the residents on Queen Street remain at the 17.5 and not be increased, because we gave them extra time to make a decision, and that time frame would have passed now, and they would have all paid 17.5. So I would ask that council make that change to the motion.
I would accept that friendly amendment as the mover.
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Didn't you ask that question?
I did. No, I asked. I did. You're correct.
Yeah.
And the response was that after July 1st, if they hadn't made their connection fee yet, it would apply to them. Is that correct?
Through the chair, to the chair, so it would be anybody that actually had that private drain connection fee installed up until before July 1st, I believe. Then at that point, the fee would be increased to those residents who hadn't connected at that point, or made the inquiry with our finance and actually put in a payment process for that.
And how many people have done that? Sorry, how many people have done that?
I would have to defer to.
I believe the answer is one.
Through the chair, to the chair, so we already have one person making that connection, and then we have I have 2 inquiries as well, so there's 3 individuals on that street that have reached out. There's one individual that I'm supposed to get back to tomorrow after tonight's meeting, just to let them know the status of that.
So the rest of them, the increase would apply?
I would say anyone, through the chair, I would say anyone on Queen Street, to me, would be grandfathered at the 17.5 because they received the letter saying 17.5.
Well, the amendment makes it crystal clear, so I would prefer we go with the amendment and make it crystal clear that anyone on Queen Street pays 17.5. All right, so it was asked for a recorded vote. Councillor Brennan?
I vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Derbyshire?
I actually had another question, but that's okay.
Well, it's important, so I'm gonna take the time and you ask the question. And I'll revisit Councillor Brennan's decision.
Sorry. I was just going to ask if we are prepared, like, as it keeps going up, people are actually requesting to be hooked up now. Like, they want sewers down the street. So, as we are going to force this higher and higher, like, some people are saying, I don't want to wait 10 more years and it'd be $30,000. So, like, are we prepared as a municipality to do everything, the roads, that, if they are able to get the proper number of people to ask or to petition for the road to be done?
So I'll let Director Strauss answer, but I think that was actually in the report, if a street petition to get the street done.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, and forgive me, I forget the name of the actual application, but if residents do petition, then you can get an incentive of some sort. Maybe the acting CEO can help me out with what that's called.
So it's a community improvement. So what it is, they would petition council to put sewers in, then it would be up to council to decide if they're going to carry that on. So that would become part of the capital budget. But the cost would be borne, the lion's share of that would be borne by the property owners, if you read through that extension policy.
So I wanted to make that clear, because while that is an option, it's a very expensive option for the property owners if the cost of the street rebuild was included in that, which in Queen Street it was not.
Okay.
Does that answer your question fully?
Yeah, it does. I just want everyone to know kind of where it is, and if they are thinking about organizing and moving forward, that it's going to be more than just 18 something. It will be 18 plus whatever the other cost is. So basically we're just gonna keep increasing, and they'll eventually hit a point where we decide to do their street. It'll be whatever price it is.
All right, are there any other questions before I go? Yes. Yeah, Councilor Hippel?
Yeah, I honestly was gonna just reiterate what Councilor Derbyshire said. We are getting a ton of people that are just, they really want to hook up. So I really appreciate that you actually brought that to our attention, because we're getting calls all the time about it. And it's really important for them to know with this meeting that that's what's going on.
Councilor Wilson?
Just to add what's being said, I don't have the calls as well, but I believe we already spoke with Director Strauss, and this is there should be a plan, whether or not council enacts it or not, coming with the water and wastewater master plan. Director Strauss can confirm that if we need to, but I believe that there will be a plan to hook up all of my bridges and the existing areas that are not currently serviced.
Did you want to speak to that, Director Strauss?
I'm just going to agree with it. Yes, that is part of the plan. Yeah. I just wanted to just mention one more thing just about there was other residents that were connected or that had PDCs provided to them last year as well through Adelaide Road. Just to make council aware, so that it wouldn't just be Queen Street.
But if they had would they not have already paid the 17.5?
No, they wouldn't have.
So how would we word that to ensure that those properties are included?
Through the chair to the chair, I would word it in a way before July of 2023 that the property owners who had a private drain connection service to their property, that they would be at that 17.5 fee.
Was there a name of that construction project that? Because that would have been one tender, correct?
That was the Garden Grove project.
I just want to make sure we don't get tripped on wordage here, so the motion then would need to be amended to include all properties that were included in the construction project that resulted in the Queen Street being rebuilt. I think that would probably cover it.
There was a portion, as directors alluded to, of Adelaide where they're bringing the sewer into Garden Grove.
Oh, the condo project.
The condo project.
Right.
So there were people fronting that were also eligible to hook up and would therefore qualify for the 17.5 as well.
And were those stubs all brought to the property line?
As far as I understand, yes.
So then we could say that any property that had stubs brought to the property line prior to today would cover that.
That would be good, yep.
All right. Did you capture all that? Do we need to read it back to make sure? No. Okay. Councilor Brennan.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Councilor Canis? Yeah. All right. So I will now call the vote. There's no other discussion. I apologize for jumping the gun there. Councilor Brennan?
I vote in favor.
Councilor Derbyshire?
I vote in favor.
Councilor Wilson?
In favor.
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Grantham?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McGuire?
Yes.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Don. Councilor Palmer?
In favor.
I can remember your first name, fine, it was the last name. Councilor Hippel?
In favor.
And I will vote in favor as well. Thank you very much. That brings us to the next item, which I believe was the asphalt resurfacing tender project award, and my iPad's not gonna open that one. Fortunately. There we go. So we have a motion that council receive report EPW 2023-37, 2023 asphalt resurfacing tender award, and further that the 2023 asphalt resurfacing tender is awarded to Dufferin Construction Company, a division of CRH Canada Group Inc., for the amount of $409,201 plus HST. Can I have a motion to put that on the floor? Councillor Kennis, seconded by Councillor Hippel. Director Strauss, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you. Through the chair, the only thing I'd add is that very competitive bid, as you can see, and we are recommending the lowest tender. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right, were there any questions from any members of council? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, and I will return the meeting to the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pelkman. I think I will run this one since I brought the motion, and that's the Health and Safety Concerns Report, Fire 2023-05. What I will do is read all the recommendations together, then ask for mover and seconder. Recommendation that council receive report Fire 2023-05 for information. And further, the council approve the implementation of benchmark blood testing of new recruits and optionally current members, incurred costs to be covered by the municipality. And that council approved implementation of an exposure report that can be completed by firefighters after a significant event to be included in their HR file. And that council give direction for indicated health and safety concerns brought forward by the members of the Firefighters Associations. Have a mover, Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Kennis. We'll open it up for discussion. Any comments, concerns? Councillor Derbyshire.
I was just wondering if I could make an amendment to the motion that we split these into 4 separate votes.
Need a seconder for that? Any second? Deputy Mayor McGuire, bring the vote. Any discussion on that first?
I think first you'd have to have a vote. Well, you'd have to ask the people who made the motion, the original motion, to see if they would amend it to allow it to go in 4 separate pieces.
Yeah. Would you amend that, Councillor Hippel?
You made the motion.
No, I didn't. That motion was carried there. The second over here. I just read the recommendation.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Councillor Derbyshire, what did you amend it to? Like,
It's split up into 4 pieces.
oh, you want it in 4 pieces? Well, I mean, in all aspects, it really doesn't matter to me because I think they're all very important. So we can do it together, we can do it separately. It's fine if we want to talk to each piece, and that makes it a bit easier for everyone to have discussions on. I'm always willing to have lots of discussions. So.
Okay. You had second.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Yep.
We have a vote on that we discuss each of the motions separately. All in favor? Okay. Carry. Okay, let's go with number 1 then, and we'll bring a separate motion for each one. Motion to receive the report for information. Councillor Derbyshire, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. Recommendation number 2. Council approved implementation of benchmark blood testing of new recruits and optionally current members, incurred costs to be covered by the municipality. Can I have someone to carry the motion? Councillor Pelkman. Councillor Kennis. We can now have a discussion. Deputy Mayor.
So I'm not too familiar with this. I did a little bit of background work on it. I would like to see a business proposal on this. I'd like more information about exactly what this is, but followed up with a business proposal. Some of what I'm finding is there is a considerable expense to this. I see IPFFA, I believe, is their acronym. They're pushing it, but when I did some in-depth reading, I see that even they were saying the expense is considerable. So I'd like to see this come back as a business plan, so I fully understand what's going on and the costs that we're about to incur if we were to accept it.
As Chief Smith, do you want to comment on the cost?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't have the cost involved. We currently pay for the medicals for our firefighters when they have to renew their DZ licenses, and that entire medical cost is typically around the $200 mark. I really don't see blood testing being in excess of that, but I don't have the number. We have requested it. Chief Beasley has requested it from London, but we haven't received that answer back from them as of yet, because I just heard this question this afternoon.
We'll go around, we'll go to Councillor Pammer first.
Yeah, I guess for me, there wasn't enough information in the report to explain sort of why we would be doing blood testing, what it would be used for, how we would store that data. I mean, doing blood testing, private health information in, to me, it raises a lot of questions about what we do with that information, how we share that information, what the cost is to get that information, and what the benefits are of having that information. So for me to support that, I think I just feel like I don't have enough information about blood testing. This feels kind of vague at this point.
Any other questions? Councillor Derbyshire, then Councillor Wilson.
Go ahead, you go.
I was just concerned about how we're gonna use the data beyond it, if we're gonna compare it to different ones, if we're gonna be keeping things on record, who's gonna be reviewing health records. There's a whole lot of questions in there about who's gonna have access to the data, how we're going to use it, where it's gonna be stored. Hospitals have great security systems, so do doctors. Do we need to upgrade our security system on IT to get this? There's a whole lot of unanswered questions there for me as well.
Okay, Councillor Derbyshire, then Councillor Kennis.
Yeah, I guess one of the concerns with me is we're not full-time firefighters yet. We're still volunteers. Some of them still go to other jobs that put them in harm's way there, right? So exactly how does this ensure that, unless we're only testing for a certain thing that comes through being exposed to fire, but I mean, there's guys that were welders, guys painters, this, that, what's to say they didn't get that at the regular job as opposed to here?
Any other? Councillor Kennis, then Councillor Brennan.
I just wanted to comment. I mean, we had a presentation earlier this evening about the health of firefighters, and I think Mr. Brunick made it fairly clear that he'd been exposed to a number of things that have resulted in some pretty significant illness for him, and so I think that doing a blood test, while concerns about security of those tests and information are interesting points, I do think it's important that we have a benchmark for our firefighters to start from, to provide them some level of protection.
Councillor Brennan.
Through the chair to the fire chief, I was just wondering if, in your experience, if you know if other fire services are conducting these blood tests and what protocols they have surrounding them. And if you do, would it be possible to bring back a report outlining those protocols and answering many of the questions that this council has before we vote on this motion?
Chief?
Through your worship to Councillor Brennan, I can certainly put that together from which departments are currently doing it, their safety protocols, and obviously the purpose in it is for any WSIB claim for presumptive cancers and diseases that are known to develop in firefighters.
Councillor Brennan, then Councillor Hill.
Just as a follow-up, keeping in mind the seriousness of this issue as outlined by the presentation tonight and Councillor Kennis, I think it might be mindful if we were to defer this motion and await a report from the chief and then revisit this motion after having taken a look at his report.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. Okay, so while this is extremely important to me, and you all know that this is very important to me, I do like the idea of everyone having the information, so we're not combating back and forth and trying to figure out who's got what and why we're doing what we're doing. It is very important. I think it is something that we need to do. So, but I would like to see something for everyone so we have that information moving forward. But I know full well that this is something, when we're doing this for the WSIB, if I could say it properly, I know we struggle because we have volunteer firefighters, and I know that they're not full-time firefighters, but this is something that they want, right? So this isn't just something that the chief and the deputy chief have brought up. This is something that that the firefighters as a whole have spoken about and is important to them. So I feel I would be remiss if I said that I didn't support that, because it's very important to them, so it should be very important to us.
Councillor Pelkman.
Yeah, so first off, I want to say I don't have any issue with the blood testing as long as it's used properly. What I wanted to add was that when we get the report by the chief, I'd like to have the association's viewpoint on the protocols, because let's say you know, a report comes back that someone's a marijuana user or something different, right? That's not what the blood was being tested for. I just want to make sure the association's okay with whatever protocols that the blood testing is to be used for and not used for. Especially since it says people are coming into new recruits. I just want the association to be on board with whatever we're testing for.
Deputy Mayor, then I'm going to make a comment myself.
All great conversation. The one thing with the conversation, and Councillor Pelkman brought it up, that brought it to my mind. There was lots of issues during COVID with people that refused to get needles. So if we're going to go down this route and it becomes a mandatory policy, how are we dealing with a member that refuses to do that? And what would the potential outcome be to a member that refuses to do a benchmark? Later on is the unfortunate person wishing they had the benchmark because they're now in front of WSIB. This is a much bigger. It's not about that we don't care about the safety. It's just so much involved in this for so many different reasons. I don't need to go further.
Thank you. Councillor Pelkman, you had brought the original motion seconded by Councillor Kennis. Would you be willing to pull that motion and add that we ask for a report back?
I'd be willing to change the motion to defer and ask for a report from staff.
Possibly add something to it.
Okay.
Should we maybe check with our legal and legislative before we agree with any of this? Considering it could end up somewhere in our lap as a WSIB claim?
Well, I think suggest that be part of the report, correct? That would be part of the report, Councillor.
He's going to give us that?
Well, we would get that. We would get that as part of the report. So we would send it back to staff. Staff includes the CAO and Chief Smith.
I thought we were asking Chief Smith for a report. I was going to say, I think he might not be good with telling us WSIP stuff, but.
So did you want to second it, Councillor Kennis, to defer staff for a report on the implementation of the program? Sorry, Councillor Palmer.
Can we just add that it also includes the cost back to us? Like that report that comes back needs to have some numbers attached to it? Because I don't know what we're leaving in the report.
Still covers same motion.
Pardon me?
Same motion still covers all that.
Right, in the report. Okay, let's bring the vote. We have the motion in front of us to defer to a staff report. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll go to recommendation 3. The council approved implementation of an exposure report to be completed by firefighters after a significant event to be included in their HR file. Someone to carry the motion. Councillor Kennis, seconded by Deputy Mayor McGuire. Discussion. Any comments, questions? Deputy Mayor.
So 2 thoughts on this. I'm not sure what the exposure report is. I can put the words together and assume what it is, but I'm not 100% sure what it is. The second question I would have is, if this is an operational issue, then I don't think it needs to be in front of us. Operational would lay with the chief. So those 2 points to be clarified, please.
Number one, yes, it is operational, because certainly there is some discretionary questions on when someone is exposed, they have to bring that to our attention and what they feel that they may have been exposed to. And that could be biological as well at an MPC, at a car accident. Or it could be herbicides, pesticides, chemicals at fires. So all of those things, yes, it is operational. We have created an operating guideline. We have utilized a form, but we did want to bring that to council's attention that we previously didn't have that. And this is through the review at the request of the mayor, one of the things we found we were deficient in, and that we wanted council to know that we have adopted, but we're also looking for your endorsement in doing so.
Any other questions? Follow up, Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Sorry, I think I trumped you on that one. I'm hesitant to move into making a decision on an operational matter that is, in my opinion, solely at the discretion of the chief. So I'm glad he brought it forward, and I think it's a wonderful thing, but I don't know that I want to start making operational decisions on any of our managers' decisions. So with that, I'll wait for other comments before we do anything.
Because I have one too. Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I just, with Councillor McGuire's, or Deputy Mayor McGuire's comments, I guess I'm just looking for some direction from the CAO whether or not this, you know, in front of us needs to be, I guess, because essentially it becomes a bylaw, correct? Or whether we should just be receiving this for information.
Through the chair to Councillor Palmer, yeah, clearly it's not a bylaw, it's just direction from council, but it could become that. So if council's comfortable with saying this is something that's operational, we don't need to, we just need to receive it for information, then that's fine as well.
Deputy Mayor.
I don't want to trump you. I was just going to suggest that we change the motion that we receive notice that this operational issue of using exposure reports is being dealt with by the fire chief.
Who was the original? Councillor.
I'm not sure who made the original motion. I think it was.
And I'm sorry, I'm kind of up in the air here because I think it's good policy as well, and I don't think, I think that we as a council, again, I'm not sure what the hesitancy is here, that we can acknowledge when good policy is being implemented, so.
Thank you. So this is where I'm going to weigh in on my comments, because that is one of the things that the council can do is set policies. If we feel this is good policy and it's something we need to codify as policy, then it's there. So if in 1 year, 2 years, however, that the fire department strays from it, we can set, the council set it as policy, and it's not an operational matter. So I agree with Councilor Kennis. That was my thoughts. It's good policy, and if council believes it's good policy, we should set it as so. So, Councilor Derbyshire.
So then what becomes the repercussions for not following the policy?
I'm gonna suggest it would be any normal management action, whatever that may be, correct?
But should that not be clarified then in the policy?
No, I don't think you, in any policy we have, because they are HR matters, and they're usually set out in HR and other things, right?
It is an operational that we're getting into.
Well,
again,
I'm maybe going off the cuff here, but I mean, we seem to want to get into other operational things every once in a while, so I don't see what the issue is here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask to, any other comments, and I'm gonna ask to let's bring the vote. Those in favor? Myself, it's carried. Lastly, recommendation that council give direction for indicated health and safety concerns brought forward by the members of the Firefighters Association. Someone to bring the motion, Councillor Hippel, seconded by Councillor Kennis. Discussion. Any comments? Councillor Wills.
Reading the report, there's only really one recommendation that's at the end for the new bunkering gear. Everything else, there's a lot of other recommendations and a lot of other things to do, but there's no cost, there's no procedure, there's no timeline with any of it. I would say that if we're gonna give direction, we at least to know what we're giving direction to. We can't just give a blank slate and say, do everything. I think they're all important and they probably all need to be done. However, we can't just give a blank slate to just go do whatever they want just because it's in a report that we've received.
I'll follow up, I have a comment on that.
Do you want to go first? It's okay.
No, I do think that the motion is poorly worded, because I agree it needs to be, the word needs to be action and solutions, and it's not, they don't come back to council, because it is really, this really is an operational issue in a lot of them, and it should be dealt with at the management level through the Joint Health and Safety Committee. I just think that the word give direction, it should be give direction for it to be action, but I don't think we start getting into slippery territory if we bring every Joint Health and Safety report and recommendation back to council, because that's not the way. And I know that Director Payne may interrupt me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that that's the way that Joint Health and Safety operates. Yeah. Any Councillor Hippel?
Thank you. Actually, I was going to ask Director Payne if he could talk about that, because, well, I have two things. So that was one of them. So I wondered if that's something that the Joint Health and Safety will work on, so we don't muddy the waters. But then my second thing is, when we were talking about there, it seems to be at the very bottom where the financial implications are. So this is the one that to me is, well, obviously they're all very important, but we really do need, this needs to be voted on, because the financial implications are to outfit a second set of PPE. And I don't know if is that part of our last motion, because if it's not, I think it needs to be in the motion, because this is something very important and very necessary. So I guess I'm asking for direction from the mayor on that one. So I have one for Director Payne and one for the mayor.
I'll defer to you first, Director Payne.
Thank you, through the chair to the chair. You're absolutely right. The core function of a Joint Health Safety Committee is within the operations, within the workplace, comprised of workers and management reps. We do monthly inspections. The whole function, core responsibility falls back to safety teams within the divisions, within the groups. We tally lists of safety concerns. The function of the Joint Health Safety Committee, we have a multi-site where we all meet on a quarterly basis. The idea is if items are not getting completed within the different sectors, the Joint Health Safety reviews those, makes a recommendation to the department or whatever, you can go for the safety of the workers, why are we getting these ABC done? I think how I observe the feedback is the team is comprised lists of issues, and I know Chief will gladly go through that. I think you're absolutely right. The bunker gear is separate. I think all the other matters, I've reviewed the list as well. I think that's well within the decorum of the chief making decisions, whether it be fixing mechanical doors or cutting hedges and things like that. I think it was just more comprised to make council aware. Here's all the issues, but you're absolutely right. That falls back to the management side of the chief making those decisions to do it. So.
And on your question regarding the bunker gear, I don't have the report in front of me. So if you can correct me, we weren't being asked to comment or vote on the bunker gear at this time as part of the recommendation. And I'll look to either Chief Smith or Director Payne, but it was, I don't want to use the word mentioned, but we're not being asked to action on that, correct?
Through your worship, you're not being asked to vote on the bunker gear. It's a financial implication which will be put into the capital budget for 2024.
Yeah.
We were looking for maybe some direction on whether or not that's a full purchase, a half purchase, a third purchase, and what you may want to consider when that comes back. If we were to get our supplier to come tomorrow and fit all of our firefighters for a second set of gear, we're not going to have that gear until 2024. There's more than a 6-month wait period on that. So that's why we're looking for direction. And if that's the same thing with the health and safety concerns, if that direction is to take it to the Health and Safety Committee further, I know that Director Littleborn, being the facilities person, should be involved in it as well. We're looking for direction on how council would like us to proceed, or myself proceed in addressing these issues.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Chief. So I'll make a bold statement and say that, in my opinion, second set of bunker gear is non-discretionary spending, period. And that I would very much like to see this come forward in the multi-year budget, which I anticipate will be coming up soon. So you have that public statement from me.
Yep. Councillor Derbyshire, then we'll bring the vote on this one. You got something, Councillor Derbyshire?
I do. I just, after reading through everything here, if they're looking for something, I truly believe that we should, with the bunker gear off-gassing and the cleaning of things inside the hall, I believe we should move administration out of Hall 1 until we can clearly figure out what kind of gases and things that we are exposing them to. Being that they're there for 8 hours a day, especially the office staff, the office lady in there, you know, if this hall is and gear is off-gassing and providing that kind of unsafe environment, I do believe that we should not leave them there. We should find them a room, whether it be here or at the Southwest Middlesex Arena, until we can figure out how and what kind of levels are in these places and how to properly ventilate these halls, because we're gonna have to use them at least for 2 years. So if off-gassing is a big problem in these halls and this is what's exposing people, then we should figure out what that is. Limit the use of these halls only for fire use or emergency use, and figure out how we're going to properly ventilate these things to keep these guys from dealing with this gas at this point. But I do believe administration should come out almost immediately until we can establish a proper level and what the air quality is that they're in.
So may I make a suggestion on that? Can we vote on the matter at hand of the joint health and safety? Then
Sure.
I'm gonna suggest that any discussion about the fire hall administration is a separate discussion or a separate motion.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to kind of get it out there after reading.
Can we bring a vote then? The council give direction for indicated health and safety concerns brought forward. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Grantham, but
Yep.
how do we vote on something that says give council direction? I don't know what direction we're giving them. It's just not clear. I honestly, I just don't know what I'm voting on. I need more clarity. Or I'll have to abstain.
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. Well, let's look at the verbiage then. The council will give direction.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
That council receive the list of health and safety concerns brought forward by the members of the Firefighters Association. That way we're recognizing the concerns.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment to that and refer them back to the health?
Well, we gotta deal with the ones. We do have a motion on the floor, correct? There was a motion made,
yes.
Right? There was a motion, so we either have to defeat that motion or add amendments. So it was brought on Sandy and Frank. So Councillor Hippel, are you looking for a friendly amendment to it?
Yes, I would amend my motion to what Councillor Pelkman just stated.
Councillor Kennis, are you okay with that?
Yep, that's good.
Okay. So can you read it back to us? You have it from memory.
That council receive the health and safety concerns brought forward by the members of the Firefighters Association. And then anything after that, the second bunker gear can be handled matters, but I would agree with the deputy mayor that the full allocation of second bunker gear should be included in the 2024 budget.
Okay. Need to, you bring that motion, Councillor Hippel, did you second that? That's good. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. And I didn't forget, Councillor Derbyshire, did you want to discuss the hall further or bring a motion? You did make it.
Yeah, I'll just bring a motion that, that we move administration out of the hall and locate them, whether it be town hall or somewhere else, until we can determine what the air quality is in these halls. And if need be, we will need to properly ventilate and come up with a solution for the off-gassing of the bunker gear.
Anyone want to second that motion? Deputy Mayor McGuire, any discussion? My apologies.
The report also mentioned asbestos. Is that something we need to look at when we're looking at the air quality of it, if there's asbestos in Station 1? That's something we still have to look at before we put full-time staff back in that building.
I would probably agree. Let's go around here. Councillor Hippel, then Councillor Collins.
Thank you. I did have a conversation, I'm glad you brought that up. I did have a conversation with the chief and the deputy chief, and they obviously are extremely worried about that as well. But I'm probably going to let you talk to this, but after having a conversation with the two of them, and knowing that I'm going to say it wrong. I really should just let you talk and I'll be quiet. But everything is closed off where the trucks come in and where all the gases are, where you guys are situated and located. It actually doesn't come into the area that you are working in. But I'm going to let you talk to that because obviously I'm not the one that knows anything about it.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Hippel, we did air quality testing. First of all, the administrative side of Station 1 is separate from the bunker gear storage, from all other parts of the hall. It is separated by a wall and one passage door through. That's on a self-closing device, so it can't even, I'm sorry. We did air quality testing because I had some concerns, actually more for mold than anything else. And Director Littleborn facilitated that through, and I'm not going to remember the company. There are some mold issues, however, none that are considered to be at a higher level of health concern. Again, we're separated from the apparatus floor and the bunker gear area. We also instituted that no PPE is allowed from the apparatus floor into the administrative area. The other recommendation that was made, because the HVAC, the heating and cooling of the administration area is on a separate furnace than the rest of the fire hall, in that we run a fan. We circulate the fan at all times to help avoid any further mold or contamination issue. So those things were looked at and addressed. It's obviously not perfect, but I believe currently we're okay.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Derbyshire.
Just, so some safety things that are a concern we're okay to just accept, and other things that we have to implement immediately. I guess I don't see the delineation between when there's a safety thing that we can just say it's okay, don't worry about it, we're fine, and when there's a situation where we have to deal with it right away and it's an emergency, and they both have the same potential and the same issue and possibly the same long-term effects. I don't see the delineation between the two.
Councillor Derbyshire.
I only brought it up because as part of the reason that Hall 1 was no good was it needed a $75,000 HVAC system, was one of the biggest things that this hall needed. So I didn't realize that we've actually fixed that problem and it's actually okay now. I didn't realize that.
No, that's good.
We spent that money.
Any other? Let's bring the vote, then recess. So we have a motion in front of,
So what do we do, like, what do we, like, this is a motion to move them out.
Yes.
And the recommendation from the chief is that we don't need to.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't say the recommendation, the input from the chief is that we don't have to.
So maybe I'll put it into 2 then. We should also test the area where the guys are. That was the apparatus station with the bunker gear. Like, I guess I just like, since we're setting benchmarks, I'd like benchmarks of this air quality so that we know what we're doing. I mean, a new hall's not coming for 2 years. So this is every hall says the off-gassing of bunker gear.
Okay, so let's deal with the first motion. Let's get the first motion. Let's have a vote on Councillor Derbyshire's motion to move fire administration out of Hall 1. Those in favor of moving them? Opposed? Okay. Do you want to make, and then this will be the last, do you want to make another motion?
There's no sense.
Okay. All right, and we're going to.
I just want to finish this off. Is it assumed then that all of the other issues on these documents that we've received from the fire department will be dealt with through Joint Health and Safety Committee? We don't need a motion directing that?
You should never say assume, but I'm going to strongly suggest that it'll be dealt with through the Joint Health and Safety Committee and through Director Payne, Human Resources, and Chief Smith.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, I concur. I think in our next joint health meeting, we have representation from the different parties. So we'll ensure through our inspection reports that we get captured, cataloged, and then we can put action dates and action plans to those issues. If I could just comment on Councillor Wilsey's question. It was a good question. You treat safety by level of severity. When we do accident investigation and incident reports, we do a hierarchy of controls and we look at the level of safety, or sorry, severity based on that. You're right, safety is important, but things are more prudent to address right away. But I think it's important to get it cataloged at our joint health safety, and we'll work with Chief Smith on that. Chief Smith sits on the committee as well, so I'm confident we'll get these done.
Thank you. One that we do need to take adjournment, Councilor Temple.
Thank you, and yes, I definitely need a quick adjournment. So I just, at the end of the day, for everyone listening, watching, sometimes I'm not sure if people are watching. If you are, this is great. All this conversation that is going on is really, really important. I mean, the mayor brought forth this motion to have the health and safety report brought forth. We got it. There is a ton of things to look through. It's going to be addressed. And we know that the fire services in Strathroy-Caradoc are extremely important, and we're going to work really hard to make sure that the health and safety of our men and women is number one. And that's what we're doing, and having these conversations, that's what it's about.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to declare a recess. It is now, remind 9:48. We'll be in recess till 9:10. We're going to be here for a while. Good to go. Thank you. We are back. And number 9, reports from boards and committees. Did anyone want to pull any particular report? Okay. Seeing none, we have a recommendation of reports from boards and committees be received for information. Someone to bring the motion. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor? Carried. Bylaws.
So the first one is bylaw 15-23, and that refers to item 5.1, which was the construction of the Mill Road drain. So this one is looking for third and final.
Okay. Recommendation that bylaw 15-23 receive third and final reading. Someone to make the motion. Deputy Mayor McGuire, Councillor Vance, all in favor? Carried.
And bylaw 34-23, which is a amendment to bylaw 81-22 for appointing members to the Caradoc Housing Corporation.
Okay, recommendation that bylaw 34-23 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Someone to make a motion. Councillor Hippel, Councillor Wilsey, all in favor? Carried.
And then bylaw 35-23 is a bylaw to authorize the CIP agreement for 52 Hickory Drive.
Recommendation that bylaw 35-23 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Deputy Mayor McGuire, seconded by Councillor Kennis, all in favor? Carried.
Bylaw 37-23 is to authorize the execution of the condominium agreement between Strathroy-Caradoc and 2799758 Ontario Inc. regarding the construction of the 40 unit.
Recommendation that bylaw 37-23 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Motion, Councillor Pelkman, seconded by Councillor Brennan, all in favor? Carried.
Bylaw 36-23 is a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of this council meeting.
Recommendation that bylaw 36-23 receive first, second, third, and final reading.
Just before, can we just have a clarification of exactly what that means for anyone that is watching, just so they know what this bylaw actually entails and what we're doing with it?
Yep, that's
Sure.
fair. That's fair.
It's going to confirm all of the motions that were passed tonight in the form of a bylaw.
Thank you very much. I just wanted
No, that's
clarification.
why I was
for
gonna
the
get- yep.
Millions listening.
So someone to bring the motion. Did you want to bring in Councillor Derbyshire?
Yep.
Second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor? Carried. Number 11, notice of motion from Councillor Derbyshire. Do we want to have Councillor Derbyshire bring this himself?
You sure can.
Yep, Councillor Derbyshire.
I can bring it myself. There's no attachments to my notes, so I don't know exactly what I did right, but what I was requesting is I was putting forward a motion to request an update on where we're at with Drury Lane and Queen Streets, in regards to how far we are with the construction, and to make sure that all permits and things are in place for the contractors. That was what that motion was for.
So, you want me to you want to read the motion then? Do you have it, or do you want me to?
I don't have it.
Okay, I'll read it then for you. Recommendation and an update be requested on the progress on the application with the Ministry of Environment, including the status on permission to move the settlement tank, and that update be requested on the status of the plant, including details on compliance and the steps involved to be compliant. We have someone to bring the motion. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Wilsey. Questions?
Yeah, I believe the notice of motion just sits there until next
Correct.
meeting.
You're
So there's
correct. I
no-
apologize.
There's no first, no second.
That's-
or we're
you
not
are
voting on the
correct.
motion tonight. And I was wondering though, if perhaps Councillor Derbyshire could clarify the reasoning behind the first portion of that motion.
An update on the from the ministry. I would like to know where we're at for because without that, we cannot proceed forward with the aeration tank or the equalization tank. So I just kind of want to know where we're at with that portion of it, and the second is to know if we're compliant and any measures taken to get that way.
Okay, just because the motion's pretty specific about settlement tank and that was why I was questioning if there was something specific that.
Sorry, I'll answer that, Steve. I really didn't know what to put in the motion. I just put detail, and I would.
So you're just looking for an update to the two applications.
Yeah, I shouldn't. If I did type move the settlement tank, I didn't mean that. I meant an update on the permit for the status of the sediment tank. So I know we're not moving it. We're just.
And Councilor Derbyshire, do you want to describe your second motion?
I can read the second one now.
Okay.
A progress report regarding Drury Lane and Green Street projects and an update and status on permits that are needed for these projects be provided.
Okay. Any discussion? No discussion. Thank you. Okay. Move on to new business. Any new business? Councillor Wilsey.
At our Ward 2 open house that we had last week, we had it at the Legion in Mount Bridges. I had quite a few people come up to me and talk about traffic on Veterans Drive by the new pickleball courts and past the Legion. I'm not sure if that's a municipal road or if that's a private road by the Legion, but I heard reports of different people who, one of the ladies who works in the Legion said she was almost taking out the garbage last week, and there's cars that fly through there, do shortcuts around the lights, and there's kids that walk home from school down that road. It's very close to the new crosswalk that we just put on. It's just the other side of the school. I was wondering if we could either add that to the list of places to look at traffic calming, or if council would like to put something forward where we can put traffic calming measures or some other solution on that street to prevent the through traffic and or at least slow down the through traffic if we don't prevent it.
That's fair. Director Strauss, I think that's a private road, is it not?
I think it is a private.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wilsey, I apologize, I didn't hear the road, but I'd recommend just sending myself an email, and I can certainly add that to the traffic committee, and then that report will come back to council.
Yeah,
I just wanted to follow up on your comment. Can somebody advise us whether, is this private property or is this actually a road allowance designated? Because it used to all be private property years ago. I'm just wondering how or has it changed? And you can get back to us later on that if you'd like.
Yep. Director Strauss?
So just looking on our GIS, it looks like it is a public road.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a follow-up, I will email Director Strauss on that, but what is the timing of the next roads report where we could expect to hear back on that? Will it be before school goes back in again?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, yes, it'll be, it's June now, so it'll probably be by July that we'll have that report back to council.
Anything else under new business? Okay, seeing none. Deputy Mayor, did you have a county council report?
I don't. We're only meeting once a month right now, so our meeting is tomorrow.
Thank you. Anything under inquiries or comments by members? Do you have anything? Councillor Pelkman.
I'd just like to remind people that tomorrow night from 7 to 9, we have a public meeting or an open house for the replacement of the Tri-Township Arena. So that will be at the Caradoc Community Center from 7 to 9. Hopefully we'll see lots of people who are interested in recreation, not just ice sports, but all recreation. Come and look at the work we've done so far and where we think we're going, but we need input to make sure we're on the right direction.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. So, and to add to that, We have a very, very important group in our community, VON. They're having an exercise fundraiser type thing in the Lions Park in Mount Bridges on Saturday. And then after you're done exercising, it would be great if you could go back to the Legion parking lot area, because that is where the Mount Bridges Junior C Bulldogs are having a food truck fundraiser and fun day. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Anything else? Councillor Pammer, Deputy Mayor?
No, Your Worship.
Councillor Kennis?
Just really quickly, had the pleasure of standing at the municipal booth at the Saturday market, and I just, you know, not everybody is totally happy with everything, but you know, a lot of good comments and good suggestions, and a lot of positive remarks from people who have just moved in the municipality from places outside of Middlesex County and even Southern Ontario. So certainly becoming a much more diverse community, and it's nice to see them at the market. And I think we'll be there most of the summer. Various councillors and mayor and deputy mayor and senior staff at that booth, and certainly a good opportunity to talk to the people of the community.
Thank you. Councillor Wilsey? Councillor Derbyshire? Councillor Brennan?
Nothing tonight.
I just have one thing to add, and that was, and I'm glad you asked a question under new business, Councillor Wilsey, because today I met with the two deputy clerks, and I think it's fair that everybody wants to have the ability to ask a question. Or if it's a random question or something that's of importance, be able to ask it directly to staff. So speaking to the two deputy clerks, in the future, maybe the next meeting, we will inquiries, open it up if you want to ask a question directly to a staff member. So we may put some procedures in place, but I think it is fair that we as counselors do have questions that we want to ask. Seems to be a good place. We've struggled, where do we ask those questions? That's where we're going to do it, so stay tuned. Councillor Brown.
Excuse me. If we do that, then experience tells me that having a pre-discussion with the director that you're going to ask him a question in public really usually helps the quality of the answer, and it's not a time for gotcha questions.
I think I agree, and that's my part. Stay tuned on procedures, so. Thank you.
Was that all you're gonna bring forward? Because there's two other items that I thought maybe you might have covered. So the first would be Canada Day fireworks. If since Strathroy is not having them, then people should know that they are happening in Mount Bridges, and that I believe the committee was putting out a public invitation to everyone to make them feel welcome. And secondly, that certainly all the volunteers and the organizers of the Hometown Festival should be thanked for the work that they did. They pulled off an excellent festival, and I saw lots of smiling faces and people having a good time while I was down there. So,
thank you. We are remiss in not mentioning that. We'll now move in camera. Council may move into closed session to discuss a legal matter, a personal matter regarding an identifiable individual, and a procedural matter regarding as permitted by section 239 of the Ontario Municipal Act, and Council's procedure bylaw for the purpose of a legal matter regarding Adelaide Metcalf, labor relations regarding a past employee, and to approve in camera minutes. So a motion to move into closed session. Deputy Mayor McGuire, second by Councilor McKennis. Carried. Okay. We are back into a live session, open session, report on in-camera matter. We discussed for the bylaw for the person's legal matter regarding Adelaide Metcalf, labor relations regarding a past employee, and to approve in-camera meeting minutes. Okay, carrying over. Discussion, Councillor Derbyshire, you had something you wish to bring forward.
I just would like to make a request or put it out, I don't know exactly what this is, whether it's a motion or not, but with the number of candidates, again, that will be presented to council, I'm requesting that we have at least 3 candidates be presented to council.
If you wish. Yeah, if you do conflict.
There's no name.
Yeah, no, if you wish to leave. That's fine, it's integrity. Councillor Pammer?
Yeah, I would agree. I seem to recall in a previous council meeting, the numbers 4 or more were thrown around, that we expressed, you know.
I think we talked about 1 or more.
Oh.
Yes, we did.
I have to go back to the recording. Because when I saw the email today, I was quite shocked that it was 2, because I had thought that the expectation was we were going to see a lot more than that.
Any other comments? Councillor Brennan?
My recollection was it was 1 or more that the committee would bring forward.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number, but I don't recall there being more, but. Were you making a motion, Councillor Derbyshire?
I did, yep. If nobody seconds it, it's done.
Councillor Wilsey. Okay, call for the vote. All those.
No discussion.
Discussion, sorry. Councillor Brennan.
I guess the one thing I would like to say is that council appointed a committee, and the committee has done its work, and we have 2 candidates. And my recollection was be 1 or more, so that the committee has done its job. And I guess if this council wants to step in and assert its authority over that at the committee, I guess that's what we're voting on here. But just pointing that out.
Yep. Any other comments? Councillor Pellickman.
So I guess the question is, and then it becomes a dangerous question because without talking names, is there's got to be a purpose behind the request. And before I can agree to the request, I need to know what the purpose is behind the request. And I don't know how you do that without sharing names.
You don't need to say names. The purpose behind my request is so that we have 3 candidates to choose from that all rank up very high.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. So a quick question then on this. So when there is 2 candidates and perhaps you choose one, the one you choose for extenuating circumstances doesn't accept, would that automatically mean that the other candidate would get that position, or would you know what I'm asking?
Yep. I'm going to defer to Councillor Director Payne. I think I know the answer, but I'll let you.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Hippel. Absolutely not. So council has the full purview to make the decisions. If you interview two candidates and one turns it down and the other one, let's say, don't like, you're under no obligation to accept. You could ask the recruiting committee, go back and bring more, go back and recruit more. So it's totally in your purview what you want.
Councillor Wilsey.
Is the option to select neither one of the options after we meet the candidates?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's happened before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just
Councillor Brennan.
Just one follow-up. I seem to recall the committee saying that they wouldn't bring forward any candidates that they didn't think were up to the job. And so the committee has done its work. They've brought forward 2 in good faith, I imagine, that they think are up to the job. I'm not going to ask whether or not was the committee split? Was it a unanimous decision? I don't think the committee would bring forward only 2 people if they thought that the other 4 were not, or the other 6 were not appropriate. Like, I think the process, I think they were eliminating people who they didn't think were good for the job, and they wouldn't bring people here that they didn't think were a good fit. And they'd only bring people forward who were a good fit. So we're almost asking the committee to go back and bring forward one of the people that they eliminated. And maybe that's no confidence in the committee. I think we approved the process, and we have alternatives. Like, if we don't want to hire either of these 2 people, then we're back to the drawing board. But I would like to complete the process that we empowered the committee to make, and they bring forward 2 candidates and the other ones are not deemed appropriate. Fine, let's look at these 2, and then council can decide. Doesn't mean it's automatic that one of those 2 are going to get it.
No, and that's correct, and without too much, your intuition is correct, Councilor Brennan. I would suggest that was the process, that we brought forward 2 who we thought were capable of doing the job, but you're correct too, that don't have to agree to anybody. It's a democratic vote, and if at the end of the day, as a whole council doesn't feel that any of the candidates are worthwhile, it's an up or down vote.
Back to the drawing board.
Well, call the vote.
Okay,
It's been seconded.
so what is the motion again, Councilor Derbyshire?
Motion is to ask for 3 people.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Let's see here.
Do you remember your office or no?
5-4.
Yep, 2, defeated. Yep.
We'll close this damn thing.
To adjourn.
Yep, done that, motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor McGuire, Councilor Hammer, all in favor, carried.